Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this Indigenous Languages and Media Seminar titled 30 Years of Democracy, Reflections on Linguistic Diversity in the News Media Sector in South Africa. My name is Sisanda Nkwala, and I am a member of the South African National Editors Forum Council, and I'm going to be your program director this morning. I am going to be joined, and the other speakers and panelists, by Alva Boyce, as well as Pumza Sikumba as sign language interpreters for us this morning. The inaugural Indigenous Languages Seminar that was held last year, for those that attended, really provided us with an opportunity to reflect on the fact that more needs to be done when it comes to achieving the key objectives of elevating Indigenous languages in the South African media landscape. Colleagues will remember that during last year's seminars, we really debated the issues, we looked at the risks of a failure to promote Indigenous languages in the media, and there was also identification of the dangers of a potential loss of cultural heritage and identity if media do not elevate our Indigenous languages. So what has happened in the past year? What has been achieved? What are the next steps to be identified for achieving the set of objectives? And how best can they be implemented? That is what we are about this morning. And we are grateful to all the partners that have come together, who will be mentioned in the course of the proceedings this morning. Just a few house rules. Please try and keep your cell phones on silent so that we do not disturb the speakers. There are bathrooms available just as you step outside of the venue. And you're welcome to share on social media about the proceedings. We've started a little bit late, but we will certainly make up for time. And without really wasting any further time, I would like to open up to Nwabisa Makunga, who is the South African National Editors Forum chairperson, to give us the opening remarks.
Thank you, Sisanda. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. You all look so subdued this morning, as though we're not coming to have a conversation about something so interesting. Molweni, guys. It is such a privilege for me to be here to open the second Indigenous Languages and Media Seminar. I'd like to acknowledge the leadership of SANEF that is here, our veterans. I know many of them don't want to be called veterans. Our veterans, members of our council, and of course, media colleagues across the industry. I'd like to also welcome and thank all our partners who've made this event possible, and in particular, United Nations South Africa, as well as the PEN South African Language Board. Colleagues, last year, as Sisanda says, that in our inaugural seminar, not only did it prove to be a major success, but it was also a constructive platform for us to engage on the role of the media in promoting and preserving our Indigenous languages. Importantly, that event and that gathering highlighted the work that all of us have to do to achieve this goal, in particular to create an inclusive society. There is no greater time to recognize, develop, and invest in the nurturing of our Indigenous languages than this period. Our 30th year of our democracy provides us with an opportunity for us to truly reflect on the journey that we have traveled, and importantly, to critique our own commitment in creating this inclusive society. Language, colleagues, remains a very important metric for which we must measure our commitment to this. As the South African National Editors Forum, we recognize that the role of the media in creating public interest or promoting public interest journalism, we play a crucial one, in particular when we center languages in the preservation of this craft of ours. Universal access to information is about the accessibility of the platforms that deliver credible information, as well as equally, and this part is always left out when we have the conversation, as well as equally the language in which such information is delivered. All of us agree here that the media environment is a contested and fast evolving space. It demands that we make necessary interventions to sustain journalism as a public good in order to promote a transparent and accountable society. This means that there are interventions we need to make. And at times, or more often than not, we talk about these interventions as technological in nature. They focus on the sustainability of journalism through systemic innovation. But we also believe as SANEF colleagues that these interventions also must be about centering our languages as an integral part of sustaining public interest journalism. If people cannot understand or cannot communicate comfortably or engage comfortably with the work that you're doing, what is the point of saying that we are sustaining public interest journalism? This is a principle that we are committed to as an industry body. It is also one that we are prepared to champion as a generational mandate. Allow me perhaps to highlight just a few initiatives that demonstrate our commitment to this work. Many of you may recall last year that Prof. Salau addressed the inaugural seminar, and one of the things that became quite evident in those deliberations was that there was or is a skills gap as far as practicing journalism in our African languages. This is both in text and broadcast media. So since then, Prof. Salau has worked with SANEF to explore the possibility of designing masterclasses or short courses to help address this challenge. I'm pleased, colleagues, to announce that last month, the Northwest University Senate approved the academic program to provide training to journalists in this regard. The Journalism School is currently working with SANEF's Education and Training Subcommittee to develop the course material. And we plan to launch this program with all of your support early next year. I want to thank again the people who really were or are involved in this work, and we absolutely look forward to it. We recognize it as a giant leap in what we need to do in order for us to produce credible journalism in the multiple languages that we have. Colleagues, also you may have heard us talk quite often about establishing a journalism sustainability fund, which we are working to get off the ground. I think Sbu and I are constantly thinking about this and trying to ensure that, in a matter of months or so, it is something that, we can actually point to and say this is a legacy project of this organization. We do this recognizing that the media organizations and practitioners in larger platforms face incredible pressures. But for every pressure that is faced by these platforms, in smaller community platforms, such pressures are often multiplied. It is for this reason that, my apologies. So we do this work also recognizing that the pressures that I speak of need intervention to ensure that our media is sustained. So the fund, part of its mandate, will be to ensure that there is support in terms of sustainability of community media. Of course, we'll be qualifying criteria and all of that, but we do it recognizing that we need to transform the entire media landscape in our country. It is also for this reason that SANEF has been working with Med8 Media on a pilot project to migrate some print community media platforms to digital platforms and to really explore what opportunities may exist in the advertising space. Later on in the afternoon, I think it is, you'll hear from Chris Mcinga on the work that he has been doing, working together with our office as far in this regard. We will further welcome efforts by our partners and stakeholders just simply across the value chain of the media landscape. So recently, you would have seen that with the support of some partners, including the UN South Africa, that the South African Press Council, to which many of us belong, had the press code translated to a number of indigenous languages. It is a hugely important intervention, we believe. It is also a demonstration of the commitment by this industry to transform our quality mechanisms, including the regulatory environment. We congratulate colleagues in the Press Council who have been able to deliver this work, because we believe that it is a sound mechanism for which we can be held accountable, but also our public can actually do the work of holding us accountable. Finally, colleagues, please allow me again to welcome all of you. And I know, although I wasn't present at the seminar last year, I pretty much read up, on all that had happened. The deliberations were quite robust. They were quite in-depth. And I hope that this year too, when we use up this day to actually have such constructive conversations about how do we take this work forward, how do we ensure that we create an inclusive society, and that the media industry, pretty much at the center of such conversation, is transformed practically and in the most expressive way. We trust that this engagement will be fruitful and provide the building block on which all of us ought to drive our transformation agenda. Thank you very much.
Can we please give another round of applause to the SANEF chairperson, Nwabisa Makunga. I think we are still waking up, or people are still frustrated from the traffic, but there were some really momentous milestones that Nwabisa mentioned that within a year, I think, speak volumes of the efforts that are being made to promote indigenous languages in the media landscape in South Africa. The formalization of this course through the Northwest University is huge. To my knowledge, there isn't something like this aimed at media practitioners. Okay, so I hope everybody will mingle and get to know each other, because this work really requires a multi-stakeholder approach. So the key entities that have been involved in making today possible are the South African National Editors Forum, the National Research Foundation, PANSALB, and the United Nations, which has declared 2022 to 2032 the decade of indigenous languages. So it's really an exciting time. And talking about the UN, we are really pleased to have the head of office for the UN in South Africa, Dr. Kifilwe Masiteng, who is going to be addressing us next on the UN role and impact on campaigns and efforts of saving indigenous languages around the world, and what lessons the entity has learned. So Dr. Kifilwe, we welcome you to the stage to give your address. Can we please give her a round of applause?
Good morning. Dumelang. Molweni, Sanbonani, Avshen, More. It's getting lesser and lesser. Maybe it's the statistics showing who are here, but good morning to all of us who are here. I think mine is really very short. I have just been asked to come and give a message of support, and really to come and acknowledge that the United Nations in South Africa is a key partner in the work that is done in the decade that is going to promote and show that the work around indigenous languages and preservation of indigenous people, as well as work, is promoted. Maybe in acknowledgement, I would like to acknowledge the department that is so tasked with making sure that there is social cohesion in our country, arts and culture. South African Editors Forum, SANEF, we thank you. PENSALB, the National Research Foundation, all the media partners around here, including GCIS, all distinguished guests. More importantly, because this work around sustainable development, which is the primary focus that United Nations in countries across the globe, across the continents, and particularly in our country, is about sustainable development, making sure that there is proper human rights lens that is provided, but at the heart of it is leaving no one behind. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor for me and on behalf of the United Nations in South Africa to address this sitting today, which is significant to the promotion and the movement of our country towards making sure that there is work done and there is a needle that is shifted towards making sure that there's preservation, but more especially continuous promotion and making sure that there is indigenous languages that are used in our society. The seminar today comes at the time when the country is answering the question, how far have we come? It feels like the country is 30 years old. So those of us who have been 30 can imagine on that day when you turn 30 and looked back and started to wonder, hey, how far have I come? And remembered your days before you got to 30, realizing the progress, but also looking ahead. So I am sure as the country, we all look ahead with hope, we all look ahead with aspiration to do better. How far we have come will always be what we'll be discussing every time we meet like this. But today we reflect on the progress. More especially, we want to maybe not to look into the challenges because we want to punt what has not worked, but we look at the challenges so that we overcome them. So we will always look at that, but we will always also say we continuously aspire to promote indigenous languages in the media sector. Media continues to be a communication tool that is very powerful. It can make and it can break society. So as we move in terms of building our society, we depend on this media, on this sector, to also continuously shape public opinion, to continuously preserve cultural heritage, to continuously foster social cohesion. It also amplifies the voices of the diverse communities in which we live, building society, dealing with the things that in our society we do not think should be part of our living circumstances and living conditions and the manner in which our communities, our families, as well as our country is built. In the past 3 decades, we have seen substantial advancements and improvement in integrating indigenous languages into the media through community radio, through television, through newspapers, as well as continuously innovating with digital platforms. All these outlets have ensured that there is empowerment of the marginalized communities, those that have been left behind, promoting the pride in linguistic heritage and aiding in the preservation as well as revitalization and reinvigoration of endangered languages. However, despite of these achievements that we now know and we continue to drive and strive towards and continue to aspire for improvement upon, there is still much work to be done. Many indigenous languages continue to face challenges. These include limited resources, lack of investment, as well as insufficient representation in the mainstream media. The dominance of global languages in digital media further threatens and makes it difficult for the survival of our indigenous tongues. It is imperative that we address these challenges head on with earnest and rigor and make sure that we will work collectively to create an enabling environment for the flourishing and continuous sustainable development of all languages across our society. As we gather here today, we are also mindful of the significance of the day, the 9th of August, the International Day of the World's Indigenous People. The General Secretary of the United Nations has already sent a message that makes us to understand that these people make about 6% of the global population, and therefore their existence amongst societies continue to be threatened. But daily, we need to strive to continuously work towards leaving no one behind and making sure that everybody is included as part of building the nation, which is the countries, the global, as well as the continental aspiration and project. This day also serves as a reminder of the resilience, strength, and contributions of all the indigenous peoples across the globe. It is a call to action for us to redouble our efforts in protecting and promoting indigenous languages as a vital part of our cultural heritage as well as our identity. Furthermore, we are in the midst of the International Decade of Indigenous Languages. This is 2022 to 2032, as was mentioned, proclaimed by the United Nations General Assembly. These decades provide a unique opportunity to strengthen the international cooperation across society, across the nations and member states, raise awareness and mobilize resources for the preservation and promotion of indigenous languages. We must seize this moment to reinforce our commitment to linguistic diversity and take concrete actions to protect, to promote, and to preserve our linguistic heritage. We must acknowledge all the intersections of linguistic diversity with the broader rights of the people of the African descent, indigenous peoples, who have faced systematic marginalization and discrimination. The United Nations has emphasized the need to address these injustices, to promote the rights of these communities, with linguistic rights being a crucial aspect of the struggle that we are all part of. To safeguard and promote indigenous languages, a multifaceted approach, whole of society approach involving government, civil society, media organization, and the private sector is a necessity. This includes investing in language education, training media professionals, and leveraging the technology for language preservation and revitalization. We must celebrate the contributions of indigenous languages, the media practitioners, and support their efforts and ensuring the languages do continue to thrive. Linguistic diversity is essential to our democratic values, fostering social cohesion and inclusive development. That should also continue to be a sustainable project for the nation. As we reflect on the 30 years of democracy, let us work together to ensure every language is heard, every language is taught, every language is known. And we should make sure that at the end of the day, every language will be valued and celebrated. In closing, I would like to express my gratitude to all the organizers, including the United Nations, and all the organizers and the participants that are here. And I am excited to have already observed that we already have government, we already have civil society, we have got already those that have come before us, all of us, in terms of paving the way on preservation of these indigenous languages. So we also want to express the gratitude to all the participants here with us, all stakeholders that are amongst us, and hope that as we continue, everybody that is supposed to be around the table and have a seat shall continue to be included. Your commitment to the promotion and preservation of the indigenous languages is truly commendable, and we can only wish we can do better from here onwards. We shall be able to say today is better than yesterday, and definitely tomorrow will be better than today. Let us continue to collaborate, innovate, work together, inspire each other as we strive for a future where linguistic diversity is cherished, and celebrated, but more importantly, preserved. I thank you.
Can we please give another round of applause to Dr. Gefile Masiteng, the Head of Office for UN South Africa, just really giving us context as to why this is an important occasion, why the issue of linguistic diversity is one that deserves the priority that we are hoping to afford it. There's a scholar called Desai who in 2016 made the following argument, I guess. She said that during apartheid, we had 2 official languages. Now we have 11. Obviously, now it's 12 because this was in 2016. Simple arithmetic tells us we should adopt a 2+ approach in addressing language issues. Instead, we often have a 2- approach, gravitating towards English monolingualism. And of course, it is not lost to us, colleagues, that we are in this forum about indigenous language media, and we are addressing it in English. So that is, you know, the complexity that we need to sit with and reflect on, and say 2, 3, 5 years from now, how could it be different, such that it's not a 2- approach, but a 2+ approach. With that said, I'm going to call our next speaker, who is Ms. Lisa Comring, who's the Chief Director of National Language Services, to share a message of support from the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture. Welcome, Lisa. We look forward to your address.
Greetings. Our apologies that I have to speak sitting down. Unfortunately, I've got a back injury, so please forgive me. Program Director, esteemed delegates, I know from the UN, UNESCO, Chairperson of SANEF, we are very pleased to be here as the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture. Pansal Bezau, what do I say, our sister body, our watchdog body, the structure that keeps us in government on our toes. So I'm going to be very brief, lest I say something that will enable them to, you know, pounce on us and say, but colleagues, it's a 7th administration. You know, we can now go and definitely report on you. But anyway, the role of the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture is a role that the speakers who have already spoken today have already, you know, spoken a lot about. And that is, our job is to ensure linguistic diversity, equality of access to the citizens of this country, the public at large, and enable people to communicate in the languages of their choice. As a national department, we take our mandate both from the Constitution, but also from the UOLA Act 12 of 2012, that really seeks to promote language diversity in the national government sector, including national state enterprises and public entities and national departments. But I'm not going to dwell on that role. What I want to speak about a little bit is something that has already been spoken about earlier, and that is the importance of the IDIL, that's the International Decade for Indigenous Languages, 2022 to 2032. In October 2022, as South Africa, maybe in the broader sense, in a more modest sense, as my department, we launched a roadmap of milestones for what we would hope South Africa, at least the governmental side, to achieve during this decade. And what I wanted to do was just really zoom in on one or two of the milestones on the roadmap. So the first one is about strengthening partnerships with networks and even language research networks. And I think that's why we are pleased to be here today, because the relationship between ourselves and the media become very important, as much as, there are all these arm lengths between yourselves and ourselves, which enable you to be objective. We also believe that we are actually in partnerships with each other. And because of these partnerships, we've been working with different organizations, different entities, also to really review and look at what we have accomplished in the last 30 years of this country in terms of the language dispensation and also the implementation of language policies. So it would be interesting for us to hear how far you think we have come. I mean, there's already some criticism of government that indicates that to date, the country does not have one common national language framework beyond what is said in the Constitution. We have language frameworks that govern national departments. We have others that, refer to higher education institutions. We then have the policies of the school sector. And we also, as the PANSOP CEO will say, there's also the whole question of the courts and the justice system and the languages in which we, achieve or hope to achieve justice. So that's why, we're happy here today. We expect a critique from our work, among others. But maybe I also just want to refer to one or two of our programs, which we think can also be useful to yourselves as the media. In the department, we also have a unit called Terminology Coordination Services. And the role of that unit is to ensure that in certain technical domains, all our languages have terms that can be utilized. So among the work of that structure is currently the establishment of a national terminology register and also working towards the formal establishment of a national term bank. So the role of this may seem very technical to address lack of uniformity and consistency in terminology development, but it becomes very, very important because a lot of the work done by that unit then gets published as term lists, and the term lists are circulated to academia, to government, and also to the media, because there's a lot of demand, in our instance, from SABC, for instance, around terms that can be utilized in Indigenous language. So that unit really has its work cut out for them. Currently, they're also engaged in a project around ICT, the ICT terminology in all languages. They're also working, interestingly enough, they're about to embark on working on social cohesion terminology. Now, that's pretty interesting because, in general, the language of media is considered to be quite combative. You take one side, you take the other, and you have a very powerful role in fostering huge audiences of people and really helping them, arming them with knowledge, but also enabling them to react to certain situations. So for me, it would be very interesting when we open up that conversation, to what extent does the media, for instance, as we've seen in recent days in some countries, fan the fire of divisions, where a fake news or a fake story can cause an entire country to go up in flames. And luckily, I'm not speaking about us. I'm speaking about, a continent we would not even want to associate with such uprisings. But, that's what you see, that the media can be extremely powerful. I'm thinking as well of Noam Chomsky when he speaks about Chomsky and Lipton, when they speak about the whole notion of the manufacture of consent. Now, on the one hand, I think from the point of view of ourselves and the media, if we see ourselves in partnership, we do want the media to have a healthy sense of, I guess, nationalism, national identity, be part of a movement that strengthens and reinforces the making of one South Africa. But at the same time, we want the media to critique these processes. But how do you go about critiquing this in ways in which you point out things that are incorrect, but on the other hand, you don't, I guess, set the entire country on fire, so to speak. So I think those are some of the issues that probably arise out of relationships between government and media, between civil society and media. So I think that's one of the few things that I wanted to say. I've just touched on one or two issues of our roadmap. The previous speaker had already said what I wanted to say about the fact that in the digital world, sort of 10 to 12 languages dominate globally. And we really have to work hard to ensure that our indigenous languages are brought to the fore, on those platforms. But just to end, maybe to end on a softer note, I just want to end with a poem, and I'm hoping that the poem can encourage us in the conversations that will unfold today. It goes as follows. It's called Poem Written from an Acute Angle. Let us soften the circle, taper the triangle, flatten the square where the soldiers march, eliminate the roadblocks, silence the gunshots, stop the tanks in their tracks, and blow up the drones. Let us plant flowers that shape a sacred geometry, construct gardens that outlast us, grow sour figs and honeysuckle vines, wild hibiscus meadows and olive groves. Let us witness saplings sprout into tall trees, trace the morphology of bones, buildings, plants. Let us sustain the hopes of children that they may live to be wise, that their minds may find the time to ponder and to linger on peaceful happenings. Okay, that's the end of the poem, and I think that's my message to us, to myself, and to everyone here today. How does the work we do sustain the hopes of children that they may live to be wise? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Lisa Combrink from the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture, leaving us with some very thought-provoking words from that poem. But there was a striking note that you made about the disappearance of indigenous languages in the digital era. And I remember coming across a study. I can't remember what year they forecast, but they said, I think in a couple of years, 95% of the world's languages will not make it online, which will effectively render them rather insignificant. So a conversation about the role of media, which not only models to society how to use language, but also creates content that can live in digital spaces and then ensure that indigenous languages are available in those spaces is really critical. It's not a nice to have, but it is a must have to ensure that our people, what we stand for, who we are, survives for generations to come. The second last speaker, because this first session really has been about setting the scene, hearing from some of the key stakeholders who've been involved in putting the event together. And then from after the tea break, we will have panels, which will also include question and answer opportunities so that we can hear from everybody in attendance. So the next speaker is from PANSALB. The Chief Executive Officer, Mr. Lance Schultz. And the question that he is reflecting on is a South Africa without a strong and independent indigenous languages media sector. And that's a question that is posed to us. Is that even really a place we want to be in? Thank you so much. Can we please give Lance a round of applause as he comes up?
Good morning, goeiemorgen, dumelang, akshen. Thank you very much, Program Director. To the SANEF Chairperson, Ms. Makunga, the SANEF Executive Director in attendance, Mr. Reggie Moalusi, Mr. Nelson Mufu from the UN Resident Coordinator in South Africa, Alamin Yusuf, the UNESCO Regional Office for South Africa, or rather Southern Africa, Mr. Pule Molabedli, the CEO of Arena Holdings, Ms. Lisa Comring, the Chief Director for National Language Service in the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, Dr. Matata Tsedu, representatives from our strategic partners, SANEF, the United Nations in South Africa, the South African Agency for Science and Technology Advancement, and the MDDA. And I think before I forget, also importantly, I think we got special guests in the house, to the students from WITS as well as the lecturers from WITS as well as TUT. Perhaps we can ask them all just to stand for us so we can see who you are. Thank you. You can take your seat. Our facilitators and panelists, members of the media here present, distinguished guests. And might I just say thank you to TUT. We both parties, myself and them, landed up at the wrong hotel. So I didn't have my shuttle left, and they willfully gave me a lift. So the check's in the mail. I must thank perhaps the speakers that came before me. And before I do speak, I think it is incumbent on me to wish all of the women well in this Women's Month as we speak against GBV, against femicide, and recognizing as well the importance of the role that you play. I think it was no misstep that the speakers that came before me were all very eloquent ladies, and I think they actually do deserve another round of applause. And in fact, if I may say that the UN speaker spoke a couple of times about preserving and promoting languages. And I would just add in there that if you look in the preamble in the PANSALB Act, it says preserve, promote, and protect. So in fact, I could go sit down right now with everything that you said. I'm just going to provide concurrence to what you had said. So thank you very much for those words. Today we contemplate not only the past 3 decades of democracy and the freedoms we now enjoy, but also engage in introspection in a society with a constitutional democracy, and pondering on the question, have we taken satisfactory measures to ensure equal respect for indigenous languages? We've heard speakers talk earlier on about the decline and the fact that we need to find a way to harmonize and increase the use, the equitable use of indigenous languages. Internationally, every 3 months we're actually losing a language. And it becomes incumbent upon the social compacting that we do in the country, and it had been mentioned earlier, that the Fourth Estate plays a key role, the private, the public sector plays a key role, and civil partners, including community, all have got to play an embedded role as we seek to develop these languages. If we discover that more can indeed be accomplished, we must inquire. We need to become inquisitorial. Do we possess the requisite infrastructure to actualize our objectives? Ladies and gentlemen, the significance of safeguarding and promoting indigenous languages within our society cannot be overstated. Language serves not only as a means of communication, but also embodies a fundamental aspect of our identity, culture, and heritage. We're moving into the digital age very rapidly, an age of information and disinformation, and the role that media can play is absolutely essential as we try to not only stymie some of the negative aspects, but we ensure that we develop these indigenous languages on the back of what can happen with those outcomes. Our Constitution imposes a responsibility on the state, as well as society at large, to implement practical and positive measures to elevate the status of previously marginalized indigenous languages. I had the fortune of participating in the parliamentary induction process a couple of weeks ago. And one of the laments I gave there to all the parliamentarians for both houses is the fact that we use this reasonable, practicable to get out of actually using more of our indigenous languages when government is communicating their messaging. And I think that we're going to be looking very strongly at enforcement, especially with UOLA, to ensure that there's an improvement in the mediums of communication so that all sectors of our society actually do get to enjoy parity of esteem. Therefore, we should ask ourselves, can we guarantee that every citizen has access to information? The Constitution recognizes that social justice aims to enhance the quality of life for every citizen, whilst unleashing the potential for each individual as stated in the preamble of our Constitution. Access to information in languages that citizens understand and speak proficiently guarantees social justice and socioeconomic progress, and thereby addressing various social challenges. Unfortunately, despite these constitutional provisions, significant challenges arise from non-compliance, not only by government departments, but by also society at large. This has led to a disengaged citizenry, and it's a manifestation that we're experiencing right now. A lack of equal respect for indigenous languages, and a lack of meaningful participation by many South Africans in state empowerment programs. The challenges at hand cannot be ignored. The media plays a crucial role in informing, educating, and entertaining the linguistically diverse people of our nation. Chairperson, some mornings when I wake up and I either read the print or the digital space, I think, how many yellow tablets do I need to take when I read the media? When we just look at all of the negative media that is at play at the moment. One wonders where we're going as a country. Nevertheless, avenues for progress do exist. The nationwide implementation of mother tongue-based bilingual education can contribute to enhancing literacy levels and cultivating media professionals who are proficient in their mother tongue. The incremental introduction of African languages in formal Model C schools must be embraced by all schools, public and private, to ensure social cohesion and nation building. There is supposedly no learner in South Africa that leaves school without learning a previously marginalized language for basic communication purposes. This endeavor should be paired with the implementation of the language policy framework for public higher education institutions, following the likes of UKZN, where no student completing a junior degree will do so without learning isiZulu. We take pride in the University of Northwest also, that had been mentioned earlier on there, I might add, for initiating the short training course for journalists in indigenous languages media. This achievement not only forms part of the outcomes of this inaugural seminar that we had last year, but also signifies a significant stride towards enhancing the potential for linguistic diversity within the broader media landscape. In an effort to level the playing field for indigenous languages, but not only to survive and thrive in the media sector, PANSALB has made submissions to the Competition Commission to include the amendment of Section 6, subsection 3A of the Constitution to increase the minimum number of official languages used by the national government for official purposes. We believe that if government departments are obligated to communicate in more official languages, this would in turn bode well for the media sector, particularly smaller media houses in terms of generating advertising revenue. On Sunday, I was interviewed by one of the media houses, and I indicated there that it is not only incumbent on the public broadcaster, but also the private broadcasters as well as the smaller community broadcasters to all embrace the opportunity for access in our indigenous languages. This constitutional amendment then would also allow equitable treatment of all official languages. Furthermore, the proposed amendment of the PANSALB Act and the Use of Official Languages Act is imperative to ensure their enforcement and prescription through legislation. It is essential for society to acknowledge the significance of linguistic diversity and the media's role in preserving and promoting our indigenous languages. The media actively supports the transformation agenda of the Constitution. It bolsters our democracy and embraces linguistic diversity. Only through the ability to engage in public life using one's own language can we truly unlock the potential of every South African citizen and facilitate meaningful participation in our democracy for all individuals living with it. Program Director, in conclusion, I wish to emphasize that it is our collective responsibility to uphold the preservation of our indigenous languages and contribute to the realization of our constitutional ideals for multilingualism, which is the founding principle of what the PANSALB Act is founded on also. This also serves as a clarion call to action for each of us to recognize the value of indigenous languages and strive for its promotion, preservation, and protection. With that, I thank you.
Thank you very much to Mr. Lance Schultz from the PANSALB. He is the Chief Executive Officer there. Our last speaker for the session is Dr. Yanga Majola. Yanga will be speaking about, does the media do more harm than good when it comes to the preservation of languages? This reminds me of debates that academics often have about radio stations. You have radio stations that have a very purist approach to language, where the only presenters are people who can speak the language in its pure form. And then you've got radio stations that code switch and mix languages. And in either platform, people will complain and say, if it's a purist approach, then you are excluding people that do not speak that particular indigenous language. But if it is a mixed approach, then you are diluting the language. And these debates are ongoing, and I think Dr. Majola's address may pour fuel on that fire. But can we please welcome Dr. Yanga Majola to talk about the media's role in language preservation.
Thank you so much, Program Director. Please excuse my voice, I'm a bit fluish, but I'll try my best to be heard. To the SANEF chairperson, Ms. Nwabisa Makunga, the UN resident coordinator of South Africa, Mr. Nelson, and to the representative from the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture, Ms. Lisa, the CEO of the board, Mr. Schulz, ladies and gentlemen, Molweni, Sanbonani, Dumelang, Lochani. Why are you not agreeing? Dimacheloni. Abusheni. More. Habari za asubuhi. Okay, I'm particularly greeting you in Kiswahili because I think we should also acknowledge that it is World Kiswahili Day today, as per the Declaration of the United Nations. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to take this opportunity to thank you for the opportunity that I've been given to talk to you. I'm going to try and be brief, but you know, with us academics, it's always not easy to achieve that because we are used to talking. It's just a different audience now. I hope that later we'll be able to answer the question that is posed. Number one, I am going to not just talk purely about the mainstream media, as it were, but I want to also juxtapose the discussion around media with the film industry, because it is important to draw some lessons from that space in terms of the development that we have seen in terms of the use of African languages. And so I'm going to bring that and discuss it together with the developments around mainstream media. Now, Gordon Miller defines media as platforms used to disseminate information. And obviously mainstream media is the most predominant one. And then, but he also speaks about print media, and also, which is not really such a big thing now, but we now have also the digital media. But he also brings an element of social media, which I'm not going to talk much about, as well as an element of the film industry or the acting industry, which I think is important for us to understand when we want to talk about the use of African languages in our society. So the promotion of indigenous languages is quite crucial. Of course, all the speakers that have spoken here have actually highlighted and emphasized that. And I am going to echo their voices. I'm not going to be saying things that they've not said, but instead just add to what they've said. So in the main, media should be a tool for promoting African indigenous languages or South African indigenous languages. And we have seen that in a couple of cases in media, particularly because the aim is to reach a particular audience. And it is prudent that as you communicate to the people, you communicate in a language they understand. I may not be correct in this quote, but I think Nelson Mandela said that if you speak to somebody in a language they understand, it goes to, where does it go? To the mind. And if you speak to them in their language, it goes to the heart, right? Okay, so I think that is the premise that my discussion is going to be based on. But also media has an educational aspect of, the promotion and use of African languages also now becomes important in that, because the use of media to educate and the public about indigenous languages, cultures, and history becomes crucial. Now, broadcasting and exposure talks about the media, including television and radio and other digital platforms, broadcasting content in African indigenous languages, increasing exposure and normalizing their use in everyday life. Now, this helps with keeping the language alive and creating public consciousness and public awareness as well. I think we do have a couple of examples. I've only quoted a few here. For example, we've got Umhlobo Wenene, which is predominantly for the East Xhosa speaking people. We've got Ukhozi FM, predominantly for the isiZulu speaking people. And then you've got Ligwalagwala, primarily for the Siswati speaking people. You've got Ikwekwezi FM, which is for the Sindebele speaking community. And then you've got Thobela FM for the Sepedi speaking people. Then you've got Lesedi FM, which talks to the Batswana, and Lisedi for Sesotho, and then Motsweding for Setswana. And then you've got Mongana, Lonene, which is mainly for the Xitsonga speakers. And then you've got Palapala, as well as RSG, just to name a few. Now, because I'm a sociolinguist, and I would also want to emphasize the issue of dialectology that comes into play whenever we talk about languages. For us sociolinguists, everything boils down to standard and non-standard language. And that is important because the standard language seems to be hegemonic, similarly to how English is hegemonic or has been hegemonic in terms of the media and broadcast in South Africa. So, for example, the people of Umhlobwenene, as I think the CEO has said here, need to understand that while there's standard isiXhosa, but there are people who listen to Umhlobwenene and they predominantly speak a dialect, or one of the dialects that are spoken in the Eastern Cape. And I think Mr. Dantile would agree with me that there's a couple of people who are based in the Eastern Cape, but, for example, may speak dialects such as isiBhaca, may speak dialects such as Siputi, may speak many other dialects. It is important that because we're looking at information dissemination and then want to also have inclusivity, that we must ensure that in our promotion of indigenous languages, we must consider the fact that within that Umhlobwenene, there are those particular people that we also need to speak to. And from time to time, we must have a systematic way of including those dialects in our discourse so that we can also be able to appeal to them and show the importance of the dialects that they speak. This is the same with Ukhozi FM, and I think Mr. Mjiago from Wits University will agree with me that amongst the isiZulu speakers, there would be a big issue about the isiZulu of Sasegoli versus isiZulu Sasenatali. You know, and these are some of the issues that we need to be able to be open about and be able to understand that some of the isiZulu speakers would say Ikanda, umkamelo, but they still mean Ikanda and umkamelo as per the Zulu speakers of KwaZulu-Natal. Now, that is important, you know, in the media space because we want to promote, but we also want to reach out. We want to touch the people that are actually speakers of the language. So we must understand the diversity even in some of these official languages or these standard languages that we're having. I'm not going to talk to all of them, but for example, if you look at the case of Mongana, there's a need to understand that you've got Batsonga of Guyane and you've got Batsonga of Bushbuckridge, you know, and they must all feel that they are accommodated in the, you know, Xitsonga that is said to be promoted in these media spaces, and not to be seen to be only promoting a certain Xitsonga. And you know that, I mean, not so long ago, we had a case of Bangi Nkulu and Bangi Kulu, you know, and so it's just proof that you cannot ignore the fact that there's just a lot of these nuances and a lot of these, you know, varieties of languages that we have. And so as media, we must be able to acknowledge that. If you ask me about Bangi Nkulu and Bangi Kulu, I'm not a Mutonga, but if there are any Batonga here, I believe that none of those are correct. It's supposed to have actually not been Bangi Nkulu or Bangi Kulu. So in my view, I think that the discussion, the debate was not supposed to have happened, but we can talk during the break about why I believe so. Now, there's an element also of cultural representation. And it touches exactly to what I spoke about. There's a need to be able to acknowledge that. And that is why now I wanted to bring storytelling, because it becomes a part of what we see through media and not necessarily the reporting part that we mostly speak about in this forum. And so, and then you can see that even through music. I mean, the Famo music of the Basotho, Mpakanga music of the Zulu, and you can even see it in some of the television shows that we have. For example, you've got the current one that is airing on Mzansi Magic. I think it's Queen Mujaji. You know, that focuses on the display of the Kilobedu language. Of course, there are other issues around that also, where there has been something that I read where some referred to it as Kilovedu with a V, you know, because they sort of felt like it was closer to Chivenda, and therefore the V there is what should mean B, you know. And there was another talk around that. And you also had Shaka Ilembe, which was mainly showing the history of the Zulu people. And then you had another one, I think it was The Throne. It was focused on the Botswana, that the kingdom of the Botswana, and how it happened. And it showed, just like Queen Mujaji, the queendom instead of the kingdom that we normally see, where female leaders are actually there. So I think the other aspect is the promotion of multilingualism. And I think somebody spoke about it, and I think we need to, in addition to what I said about the acknowledgement of dialect, be able to acknowledge the issue of code switching, because I think at times we are so puristic in our approach, such that we do not entertain anything else. Even if somebody that you're interviewing wants to address you in a language that is not dominant to the media house that you come from, and you begin to block them because you want to have them address you in a certain language. And then sometimes we limit the kind of rich information that we can get from that person because we want to lock it into a particular language. So as a way of promoting multilingualism, and I think we should be able to bring in the issue of code switching, to say that, for example, I mean, I've seen that in some of the, whether it's Umhlobone and Ukozi FM, because of some of the provincial demarcations, and where you find somewhere along the coast people who are now in KwaZulu-Natal but are actually from the Eastern Cape and speak isiXhosa, you find them being able to code switch between those two languages. And it's something that we must be able to promote, so that we can allow more people to be able to consume the information that we share. The other aspect that now I think we must get to is the, it's a difficult word for me, but I'm going to say it anyway, the bastardization of South African indigenous languages. And it is defined as the dilution, alteration, or misrepresentation of languages by media. And I think it is an important one, that it's a discussion that we must have. And I'm not, by saying this, meaning that there's no development that we have seen. I think we've actually seen a lot of improvement in terms of the accommodation of indigenous languages in the media space. But I think there are cases where we could improve, especially when coming to the concept of bastardization, where we sometimes, because of whether lack of research or maybe using people who, because I think, like I said, I'm a sociolinguist, and so I may be seen to be politicking at times because of some of the positions that I hold regarding certain things. I think there are people who are linguists, right? And there are people who are multilingual. And I think it's important to differentiate between the two, because sometimes you do have somebody who knows all the languages, but they're not linguists. They cannot deal with the language practice of any of these languages. They just know the different languages. And so those people cannot play the role that should be or can be played by linguists in order to determine how the language is supposed to be used. So some of the dilution that I've picked up, for instance, is the lack of accuracy in terms of whether it's subtitling, or whether it's just in the conversations that were happening. For example, somebody one day spoke about in media, said somebody wanted to start the car, you know, but that's what I think they wanted to say. But because I think they were just directly translating that from another language, they just said, "Ufuna uqala imoto," you know. And I said, I mean, imagine if you said this to the Zulu people, they would. The question that they will ask you is, "Uyiqala kanjani? Uyayeka noma? What are you saying?" You know, and so that is part of what I wanted to bring in. Another one, interesting one, was don't judge a book by its cover, you know. And somebody said, "Ungayijudge incwadi ngokubonakala kwayo." And sometimes I think it's because of the lack of in-depth understanding of these languages, and so that you can be able to talk to the people who speak. And the last one is an interesting one. I think I saw it in one of the TV programs, and somebody was talking about, he said, I think he was speaking about Ongoza, and he said, when I was Mlamlankunzi. But when this was translated, they said Mlamlankunzi, you know, and there is for me, I felt that that was a misrepresentation of the information because it's actually saying you of Mlamlankunzi, not necessarily that you are Mlamlankunzi, the way that it was made to sound. So that is why it's important, therefore, to bring people who have the knowledge of linguistics, not just generally knowing the different languages, to be part of that. So I think we've had a couple of notable cases, like I said, where our African languages are promoted through media, and we do appreciate that in television as well as in radio. In radio, although I feel that is it me? What? Yeah, it's the flu. You can blame it. Thank you so much. I think I'll blame it on the flu. Although, for instance, I've got my own, issues around the manner in which African languages are used, and I appreciate the developments that are made. For instance, you do have now news bulletins that sort of accommodate all the languages. But when you go to the news that play throughout the day, you realize that there's still hegemony in terms of English, where my own mother, you could sit with her the whole day. She's in her 60s, late 60s. You could sit with her the whole day watching the English news, right? But at what time is it? 7:30 or 7? But at 7, she wants the Xhosa or Zulu news, because she feels that that is the news that speaks to her. And so you could be sitting, listening, watching the same thing for the rest of the day in English, whether it's newsroom or ENCA or SABC. But when the time for the Zulu or Xhosa news come, they want that. They want that because they think that is the only news that will speak to them. And so I think that is one of the gaps that we need to sort of look into and perhaps accommodate what I spoke about, the issue of translanguaging. Because there are people who would want to watch the news during the day, but they are limited because of the dominance and hegemony of English that is seen in that space. Now, as I near closure, I wanted to talk to the role of media regulations and language policies, and I think that is important. I know that it has come out in the presentations that have been spoken of here, but I think there's a need to regulate, and I'm happy that the Northwest University has been acknowledged for professionalizing the issue of adopting African languages or indigenous languages into their journalism. And I think it's something that is commendable. Excuse me. So there is a need for the bodies like PANSALP to be considered by some of these media houses and some of these organizations when it comes to, because I think they hold the expertise in terms of what is happening both on the ground and based on legislation. And so it is important that you bring them in so that they can be able to advise accordingly in terms of both what the people want or what the people expect, and also what the policy says in terms of bringing the two together. Because we do have national and provincial language policies. They spoke about, the CEO spoke about the policy on higher education, language policy on higher education. You've got language and education policy for the basic education. So, and a number of other policies within the space of government. But it is important that media houses understand those policies in context and bring in PANSALP so that they can be able to play an advisory role in ensuring that they keep up to those policies. But I think the other thing that is important is the public outcry and criticism around this, because I think at times we ignore the voices of the people that we try to communicate to, and use or do what we think is right, whether it's us as academics or it's you as media or any other person. For example, always wondered, I'm just deviating a bit, but I've always wondered why the people of Mr. Dantile, the people of Grahamstown, why do they call the place Khini, but it was decided that the place must be Makanda? does it have any, because the people there never say Makanda, you know, the people who are from that place. The people from Gqeberha never say Gqeberha. They say Epai, you know, but we went on and said this place must be now called Gqeberha, and that other place must be called now Makanda, but the people there sort of cannot relate with that name. So I think it's important that we hear the voices of the people on the ground, and so that whatever that we decide in terms of using language should be in line with what the people are saying on the ground. Similarly to the issue of Bangi Kulu, it is important that we have an understanding of that, and so that we can be able to talk to the people on the ground. Why is this important? It is important because media also plays an educational role. For example, I do not know Chivenda, you know, so whenever I watch TV or listen to radio and I hear Chivenda speaking, I believe that the Chivenda that is spoken there is the one that I could learn. So I believe that I could learn from that Chivenda that is spoken. So you can imagine if that Chivenda is altered and it's actually not represented, it means people like myself will not learn the correct Chivenda in those platforms. So that is why it's important for us to then have that regulated. So the other aspect, I think, is to involve native speakers. But when we involve native speakers, I think we must be able to look not just to the native speakers in terms of the standard language speakers. So, for example, if you wanted to recruit people who are going to read news in Umhlobwenene, like I said, there is a need to consider that isiXhosa, like I said, is not only spoken by people who speak the pure isiXhosa. There are people who may be speaking isiMpondo, you know, and those people must somehow be accommodated and not censored to speaking only the standard version of isiXhosa, because then you need to also understand the setup of the Eastern Cape in terms of the languages that are spoken there. So while I support the idea of recruiting native speakers, but I think we should also open it up to people who may not necessarily speak the standard version of that language. And sometimes the difference between the standard and not standard is not even that big. It's just a matter of somebody who says Ndiahamba and the other one says Ndiakamba. You know, so there's no harm really to bring somebody who says Ndiakamba, because he can speak to the people who say it like that. But it's actually not harmful, because it's not like saying something different to Ndiahamba that would be said by a pure isiXhosa speaker. I think what I'm trying to get to is that in terms of the practicality of it, we need to really try to be as inclusive as possible to try and accommodate as many people on the ground as we can. So I have spoken now about the issue of standard versus non-standard language, and I, in closing, want to speak about how do we then try to, because somebody spoke about the digital age that we're moving into, or that we're actually living in already. And so how do we make sure that we create an appetite for indigenous languages, particularly when you look at entrepreneurship and you look at businesses and you look at how you could bring that in? I think there needs to be, for example, grants or subsidies that are actually in a form of funding that are going to be aimed at supporting businesses that are actually looking at promoting or are promoting African languages, whether it's in the media space, so that especially the local radio stations, for instance, so that they can feel the need to actually continue promoting and using those African languages where they are supported, where they are funded, and so that we can continue to have those languages to be revitalized and kept alive. The question as to that I think was posed was that language rights and the media. Does the media do more harm than good to preserve language? And I think in answering that question, in my view, the media is doing more good than bad. And I think it's something that we must acknowledge. Media is doing good. Like I said, some of the examples that I spoke to actually show you that there is an appetite to actually accommodate these African languages. And I'm actually not liking the word accommodate because it seems like, it's a secondary thing, but actually use them emphatically and actually use them intentionally. By so saying, I appreciate you for listening to me despite my flu. Enkosi ndiyabulela.
I hope you had a great tea break. This next session takes the form of a panel discussion. The theme of the discussion is the media's role in the development and preservation of indigenous languages. We've got representatives from media and related bodies that will be speaking to us, and the facilitator for the panel is Mr. Julius Dindile, who is from PanSALB. So I'll hand over to him to facilitate the session. Thank you.
Potan, Molweni, Tumelang, Goeiemorgen mensen. You are still munching, so that's why there's no sound. Thank you very much, Dr. Kwala. We are getting into this session. As I'm introduced, my name is Julius Dantile. But because we are in the Indigenous African Languages seminar in the media, and ndicela ukuzi sazisa kuni njengo Julius Jabavu kaDantile. Ndingutyhopho mna, ndingunokwindla, ndingugabule khula, ndingumalamba yentle adla igusa zamabhulu athi zizizidudulu zethafa, ndinguncangcashe, ndisisizukulwana sikaJabavu ozalwa nguLongo, ozalwa nguDantile, ozalwa nguBulala, ozalwa ngumnina, ozalwa ngumdushane, ozalwa nguNtsinga. Yonke loo nto singamagcina amantsinga. UNtsinga ke uzalwa nguXhamela. Ukumkani uXhamela uzalwa nguMbulali. uMbulali uzalwa nguNokwindla. uNokwindla ke uzalwa nguGcina. Iyo loo nto ke singamagcina. Siphuma ke kumtshoni ozalwa nguBhedla, ozalwa nguPulane. uPulane ophuma kuNgcwangu, ikumkani yamaXhosa. uNgcwangu ke mandiyibamba apho. I have gone about more than 1,000 years of citing who am I. And in that, it goes to the deeper essence of who we are. And who we are is related to 3 L's that I talk about in most cases in introducing this topic. 3 L's. You are born in a piece of land. And if you don't own that land, you are not free. You are conceived by a language and grow into a mother tongue. And that tongue is your mom that gives you. And you hear it at the age of 7 months in your mother's womb. That's the language that is indigenous to you. And you are born into the law of nature. Comes through. Nobody tells the child how to suck the milk. It's innate to you. Then you are prescribed in terms of the laws of this particular environment where you are. I'm introducing this because when we talk about preserving our languages, we have to note that we are preserving who we are. We're preserving the identities that we carry with ourselves. And unfortunately, they will never be pure. They will always be complex. Because a human being is a complex creature. With me, I've got people that are going to introduce themselves, and we get into this particular topic, the role of media in the development and preservation of indigenous African languages. I put deliberately the African languages there because we have to claim who we are. They're just not indigenous. Every language and every element is indigenous somewhere. But we are indigenous in Africa here. And as I represent the Pan South African Language Board, the CEO has told you a little bit about that particular organization and what we do. But when we talk about the development, we should never, ever leave out the use. Pan South African Language Board, as far back as 1999, issued a board notice that talks to that particular issue, that in South Africa, in order for us to promote indigenous African languages and develop them, it's about using them. It's an issue of a chicken and an egg. Some of the people commented here about the issue of terminology and terminology development. PENSAB's view is clear to say you cannot identify the gaps that there's no terminology or there's no equivalent for a particular word until that you use that language in that context. The challenge is what Dr. Majola said in his closure here, mistranslations. They become a big challenge. Now, if you talk about translations, you've given two examples in media. There's a lot. As much as media, according to Dr. Majola, is good and is doing good, on the other side, there is a need for balance. Then comes the issue of standard versus non-standard language. However, there are cultural idioms that are missed through English. Our expressions are not as quick as when the news readers are expected to read the news. When we speak with dignity. After we have said, because we want to think about what we say, but because we use global north elements in media and news reading, even pronunciation, we swallow the words, we swallow the syllables. We do not in our languages. Each and every syllable is important. The tonation that is required in those languages is very important because if I say to you, Ambonyele Mbiza in isiXhosa, you will think that I'm saying to you, go and do number 2 in the board. That is not, but the tonation makes the difference. And in our media platforms, it's not there. I'm not going to go into the issue of spelling, but the cultural elements that are there that we need to talk about in developing the languages as they're being used. I wrote some time ago, when I was a provincial manager for PENSAP in the Western Cape to Mhlobo Wenene, there was a notice, an advert, that was translated. And there's a sound of a train in this advert. Train is passing in Khayelitsha. Then the sound knocking somebody down. A lady cries. You. Usipho, and another guy, a man, ask, what's happening? No Spio. Usipho ufile. And I grew to Mhlobo Wenene and say, we do not die. We are not dogs. If in English people die, we do not die in African languages. That's the essence of the culture that has to be maintained in these languages. With the people that are sitting here, we'll be talking about that. About what can we do to ensure that our languages, our cultures, and who we are is preserved. On my right, I think you've got a mic next to you. Yeah. I would want you to introduce yourself, where you come from. Because again, in my culture, you don't speak on behalf of another man. Indoda ikhonyelwa. Yes, sir.
Taming. Na legai. Awarna rikaka. Na an indigenous person. When I listen to us talking about indigenous languages, the feeling I get is that we seem to be talking about some languages that are spoken by some strange people somewhere. Whereas in actual fact in South Africa, about 80% of the population is indigenous. We're indigenous, we originate from this country. The languages that we speak belong to this country. But I think the dominance of English has sort of minimized the other languages such that it seems like English is the real language. And all these others are, just indigenous languages that are in the margins. Now, in my world, people are languages. We are our languages. I am my language. Languages do not exist. You don't have languages dangling in the air, such that when we speak, all we have to do is open our mouth and the words come out, popping out of our mouth. Language, when we speak, speaking is a creative process. We produce, we create our languages. So the language that I create, Mr. Dandile has said that when we are born, we're not just born to communities, but we are born into language communities where speaking is not a nice to have. Languages are not a nice to have to human beings. They are a must have. We have to have language. Why? Because at all times, human beings exist in two environments. They're always surrounded by two environments. The external environment that we become aware of because of our sensory organs. We see things, we're smelling things, we're hearing sounds and so on, that we see outside ourselves. But in order for us to live with other people, people also need to get an idea of our internal environment, that which is inside us. The itching, the heart that is pumping very fast, the ideas, the wishes that I have, that's the internal environment that we have. And people that are outside us can only get to understand what is happening in our internal environment through language. It's only when we say, hey, you pinching me, or you hurting me, you undermining me. It's only through language that when I speak, you're able to, I have an understanding of what my internal world is like. So language is not just a nice to have, it's a must have. But I'm also saying that I am the creator of my language. Language is not just out there. We create it, we produce it. When I want to express anger, the words that I use to create my message will reflect anger. When I want to indicate joy, happiness, the words that I create will reflect that. So that We are the creators of the languages that we speak. And we are the owners of those languages because we are the ones that create them. But you know what? We got a co-creative relationship to our languages. Just as we create them, languages also create us. When I create isiZulu, Nkuluma, what is happening? The language in turn is creating umZulu, somebody who speaks Zulu, somebody who embodies. Languages are embodied. We embody languages. They're inside us. They're in us, so that we speak them. Now, the reality, the situation that we have in our country and in the media, we're talking about indigenous languages media. That's a myth. It doesn't exist. We don't have that. We do have media. When you look at what is called media in South Africa, it's all English. Newspapers, most newspapers, the so-called mainstream newspapers, is English in a country where English only constitutes about 10% of the population. And what that says is the whole 80% or more than the half of the population in South Africa does not have any information whatsoever. And those of us who are trying to publish newspapers in these languages, we are so tiny. And the languages are always on the brink of collapse. They don't reach many people. And that is why we have a situation in the country now where more than 80% of our children cannot read their mother tongue for understanding. Why? Because there is nothing written in these languages. You don't have any pamphlets, no brochure, no newspaper, nothing in these languages. Now, the sad reality that we face as a country is that in African languages, we've got nothing, we've got very little under the sun. We're talking about gender-based violence, nothing in that language.
You can hear the passion. I just asked him to introduce himself. and he gave the speech. Because you touched a nerve. On my right here, can you introduce yourself, sir? You can a little bit tap into the topic.
Good morning, everyone. I don't know why I'm being referred to as sir, after everyone has been going on and budging in all kinds of other languages. So, but that's fine. I'll take this for now. My name is Mike Siluma. I'm the deputy editor of the Sunday Times, but I have worked as well in television. I was at the SABC. I was at ENCA at some point, and I was at Jacaranda FM and Kaya FM as well in various roles. Yeah, that's who I am.
Okay. I don't know, do you have a mic next to you? Yes. You can introduce yourself. Now, I can't say madam. Ma'am, because Mr. Slume just kicked me. Yes, you can introduce yourself. You may tap into the topic, introducing yourself.
Thank you so much, Program Director. Abshin. Mifukile. Mifukile inkomo. Sanbonani. Ninjani. Siyaphila nathi. Timacheloni. Bovwani. And the sounds goes fainting. But nevertheless, I am Miriam Tsakani Nezamba. My maiden surname is Maswanganyi Nwaholeni Wampat. My career is one of those I like most. I'm a teacher by profession, but lately I am office-based. As an education specialist, particularly in Xitsonga. Knowing our country, that schools that we have language diversity. In my district, we are offering 4 African languages. Xitsonga, which is the first one, Sepedi, isiZulu, and Xitswana. As the subject specialist, I wish to share with you our frustrations with regard to media in our education system. Maybe before I can dwell into my presentation, a short one, I would say, let me remind you of our GDE vision that every learner must feel valued and inspired in our innovative education system. As I will be unfolding with what I'm going to present, I just want us to ask ourselves, are our learners really feeling valued and inspired? Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Nedzamba, for that introduction. As you would see, you have somebody from community media, mainstream media, and school environment. And you'll ask us why we brought school environment. For those who are following the parliamentary processes, there's a huge debate about the bill, in which even today the president has not signed it. And in the content of those particular sections on that bill, language policy and language of admission, and admission policy, is the issue. So we need to then structure our debate. But I would want us to ask, I'll start with Mr. Mike Saluma. Mr. Saluma, we have a challenge in the mainstream media, which has been posed around us here. Especially if you just take the SABC out. The rest of the media and media companies in which you are part of are not really using African languages. Why? You don't have to speak on their behalf, but you can tell us about the systematic, structural, and institutional issues that causes these particular media platforms not to consume 80% of the languages that are spoken in the country.
I take it, I just need to answer your why question, and that's all I have to do for now.
No, you can add.
Okay, all right. I'm proceeding from the assumption that there is a consensus here and in the country about the importance of promoting indigenous languages. So I will not dwell too much on that. I think that has been ventilated sufficiently enough, the importance of that. But in a roundabout way of answering the question of why predominantly the mainstream media is found in English and maybe to a lesser extent in Afrikaans. I would like perhaps to start by saying that although we often talk about language or the need to promote language as a cultural imperative or a social and developmental imperative, I would like to posit that actually the development of indigenous languages and all languages, in fact, is in media, is a commercial imperative. In other words, if for me to be able to have a radio station, a newspaper, a television station, I will need to have the resources. I will have to be able to pay salaries. I will have to have the infrastructure. I will have to have the capacity to print and distribute the newspaper if it's a newspaper. Without that commercial basis for that endeavor, you will not have media. The only people who will be able to put together something that approximates that will be what we used to call in the olden days a man and his fax machine. In today's terminology, would say maybe a woman and her cell phone. But that is not media as we're talking about in the context that we're talking about right now. So I would urge that maybe we not disaggregate the conversation about the development of indigenous languages from the imperative to provide the commercial or financial basis to be able to develop media that broadcasts or prints in African languages. Because I think that is the heart of the problem, actually. That the question that we're talking about here may look cultural, but it is a question of economic power. In other words, the advertisers and those of us who own the media need to be in a position to generate the revenues to be able to pay the journalists, to pay the disc jockeys, to pay the TV presenters. And in the absence of that, the conversation about the developing African languages in media, or the media's role, as I was briefed, that what is the media's role in developing in indigenous languages, that role is severely hindered until and unless, as a society, that's my argument, we take the issue seriously enough to be willing to put money into media that is promoting indigenous languages.
Thank you. This brings me to you, Mr. Bopape. I was listening yesterday from work to, is it 702? And in 702, there was an interview of an editor of Kasi Radio, Kasi FM, about the Mr. Paseka Tsoning. I'm not going to call him about that fake name. That gave me an interest today, where a kind of a mainstream 702 radio station, I don't know whether I would say reaches out to a community radio, Kasi FM, and get to interview what in the 702 they say eyewitness news. The eyewitness, which is community media, is very important. That's the first point that I want to raise here. But then how is that this interaction between the mainstream media and the community media can be encouraged, especially with what Mr. Siluma is saying, to ensure that there is socio-economic, financial beneficiation? What can we do to do that? The mic is next to me.
All right. I think one of the things, I've seen in the past where we have, as a small community, newspaper, came up with stories that end up being taken up by the mainstream media that had better muscle to distribute it to a much larger audience. But one of the things that we've been thinking should happen is that, because usually they will just grab the stories, run with it, and we believe they make money out of it in the process. But that those people that broke the story, the people that went out there to the communities to dig up the story, don't get any compensation. And one of the things that is being discussed at the moment, particularly on the online publications, is that these big media houses, Google and all these others, should have something that they can pay back, because they take a story and the story gets blown out to reach millions of people, whereas from my newspaper I could only reach a couple of hundreds. But when it's blown out and reaches many other people and money is being made in the process, we who came up with the story, who dug it up from the communities, don't get anything from it. So right now we're talking of a possibility that's being negotiated right now to say there should be a way of having these bigger publishing houses or media houses give back something to the smaller guys. Another area that is problematic is that we get people, because I'm glad that there's going to be an institution that will be training journalists in African languages. Because in many instances, we start them from scratch. You get somebody coming from a matric or from a journalist school who you have to train to write in his mother tongue. But once they become professional, then they get snapped by the bigger guys, and we don't get anything in the process. But now we're talking about the possibility of, as they grab these people, to somehow compensate us so that when we get new people, we've got resources that we can use to train them.
Thank you. Let me come to you, Mene Netsamba. In the content of the media, which is in African languages, I want to ask about the issue of quality and how it is used in the education context and how it can be improved, as Mr. Bobapa have said, that they get learners at matric that cannot write in the indigenous languages. They have to train them. How can we resolve that using the content of the indigenous newspapers and radio?
Thank you so much, Program Director. As I was listening to how we are promised that the media is there, the newspapers are there, television is there, that's where now I have to come in. I'm glad you raised this question. With regards to the content, I would say it's only partially covered. Why am I saying this? Before maybe I could just go into that, let me appreciate one of you who made a difference in my district. Actually, let me say in the whole province, Gauteng. I got a call and this person asked me to identify all the Xitsonga schools, all the schools that are offering Xitsonga. And I asked him, why do you want me to do that? And he said to me, I want to offer you a bunch of newspapers that are published in Xitsonga. Dunisani, you made a difference in the lives of Gauteng. Thank you very much. By the way, he is the Xitsonga newspaper publisher. You know, it melted my heart on the 22nd of May when I arrived in the office. I found a heap of Xitsonga newspaper packed right there by the security entrance. And I asked myself, is this real? To be honest with you, it was for the first time I laid my eyes on a Xitsonga newspaper. I want to be honest with you. Going through the newspaper, I noticed that there is some of the content that is being covered there. Because one of the content that is expected from our annual teaching plan is advertisement. It's newspaper article. That's part of the content that we are expecting teachers to implement because it's there in our policy. And then when I distributed the newspapers, particularly to my schools, I had to even ask the educators, do you find this newspaper useful in your classroom? And we say, ma'am, you should have seen how happy are our learners when they saw that newspaper that has been written in Xitsonga for that matter. And they were just fighting to have a copy each. And now, then I asked myself a question. Is this the beginning of it? Or is just a once-off thing? And then I got an invitation today to come and talk about the challenges that we have. And from May, it is now August, I did not receive that newspaper anymore. Now, What are we saying? About the newspapers that we say they are there, but are they relevant to what we are teaching at schools? That do they cover the content that we are teaching? We've got oral activities that were expected, which are not even tabulated in some of the newspapers that we could see. If I remember very well, there is, I think it's Pretoria News, where they will sometimes include the supplements, if I'm not mistaken, where there were activities for grade 1, grade 2, grade 3. Those supplements, we wish they should come back. If only the media that we are talking about has covered the content as per our syllabus, then we'll be the happiest. Now we go to this artificial intelligence. Wow. Wow. It is now stealing our critical thinking as human beings, particularly in the African languages. We no longer think in Xitsonga, we no longer think in Sepedi, we no longer think we can name all the African languages, because we dwell much into looking for information from it, and we come and present about it as if it is our own thinking. Now, what I've also tried to test from that one, particularly the ChatGPT, you just tell it and it gives you everything that you want. But what worries me is that when I ask ChatGPT about a question paper or a control test that is that of a level 4 learner with a text where they've also tabulated all the 5 cognitive levels, you know, it will give you very foreign language. That's one of the challenges that most of the young teachers, I'm not talking about myself because very soon I'll be exiting the system. Our young teachers who are now at our schools, they rely so much on the artificial intelligence. My worry is when now we're going to see our African languages now being used in an incorrect way, not using the proper Xitsonga, that might be from marginalized, maybe from Mpumalanga, Gauteng. We can name all those inland where the language actually originates. So I so wish to see most of the content, the language structures and conventions also be included in those media. And then now coming to the television part of it. You know, I take television as one of those activities for just relaxing my mind. Do I learn something from it? While I was listening to one of the speakers in the morning who was giving a reflection, he gave an example of his mom, who will be sitting in front of the television watching news in English for the whole day, but now in the afternoon, she will decide to switch on to isiXhosa news. Now, those isiXhosa news, what is it that our learners are going to learn out of those television news? Except just to learn being journalist, you know, being a public speaker, but the content itself, is it covered as per our annual teaching plan? Thank you.
And thank you. Let's give a round of applause on that because if we are not making our languages to be used in schools, we are going to have a problem. There's an agent announcement that I have to make. There is a car that is blocking the hotel delivery. Otherwise, you won't eat your lunch. The registration number is HG53STGP. You are blocking the delivery of lunch. Please. Otherwise, I'm not going to end this session until such time you have removed that car so that we can have lunch. Let's continue with our conversation here, which is, for me, is very interesting. I'll talk to print media, especially Mr. Sloma, Sunday Times. There was a time where Sunday Times was making supplements for matrics, and they were mainly in English in various subjects, school subjects and all that. How can we revive that, but that should not be only in English, but also be in other languages? That's my first point. The second point, how can we utilize the issue of the numbers? Because advertisers are looking for numbers to reach people, then they pay for those figures. How can we use media in indigenous African languages to lure advertisers because they've got the numbers? 80% of the people speak 4 of the indigenous official languages, a group of Sesotho, Tswana languages, Nguni languages, Chivenda and Chitsonga. And they are varieties. I'm trying to be academically conscious here. The academic social linguists talked about dialectology. So we need to deal with those things. How can we make the numbers that we have in indigenous languages socioeconomic power to develop us? I'm saying us in the sense that if you run this media, Mr. Bopape, you employ a speaker of that language, which is job creation. You employ an illustrator and advertiser in that language. And how can we maximize on that? Because for me, the gold is there. We've got the numbers. 80% of the people in this country speak indigenous languages. How can we maximize that to ensure that the languages are utilized through the media, be it print or broadcast?
You asked two questions. Let me try and address the last one first by asking the question, which is the most profitable radio station in South Africa? No. I said profitable. And secondly, which is the largest radio station in South Africa? My understanding is that Ukhozi is the largest radio station, which is the numbers that the facilitator is referring to. But then let's go to the second question, which is the most profitable radio station. I think there are colleagues here from the stable that is making a lot of money. I will not venture, but the last time I checked, the most profitable station was 94.7. I stand corrected. I know Sbu is here. He may have the numbers somewhere in his back pocket. But the most profitable radio stations, the majority of them are English language. Whether you're talking Metro, whether you're talking 94.7, whether you're talking Sbu Station 702, and all of those, probably bar Metro, don't come anywhere near the numbers commanded by Ukhozi FM. Now, I'm mentioning this to say that hypothetically or logically, we should be saying the largest radio station should be making the most money. But actually, that is not the case. So having the numbers in itself, in our South African context, does not mean you're going to have the rands or the dollars. And that's why initially I said our conversation about the development or usage of indigenous languages is a commercial. It's a power, a money power conversation. Because the advertisers who were mentioned here will go to a station that they perceive to have disposable, whose listeners or users, or TV station or newspaper, that they perceive to have the necessary disposable income. And invariably, the majority of the people who have the disposable income would tend to be not, well, I'll go around in a roundabout way, not the users of indigenous languages, i.e. black people, basically. So for me, the question is beyond just having the numbers. I think it is about how we, because I have sat in meetings like this many times before, where there's a conversation about indigenous languages, how they can be developed. And the conversation covers the same ground all the time, that we're the victims, or poor us, our languages are not being developed, they are being marginalized, etc. But I would challenge and say that if I were to be invited next year to a session like this, where we are complaining again about the marginalization or non-development of indigenous languages, I probably will, in fact, I know I will turn down that invitation. Because the problem is not going to self-correct. It requires organization, it requires lobbying. I think between PENSALP, well, I nearly said SATU, but no, the educational sector and the educational sector and the media sector, I believe that we should actually maybe move one level up. We have identified the problem. We've talked about it for many years. I think that we have got a government that we believe is an African government in an African country. And I believe that we should actually be organizing to approach that government so that the necessary resources actually are made possible. Because I can say without a shadow of doubt that because of the economic system that we operate in, it is not going to happen that commercial media will sacrifice their profits just because they feel sorry for people who speak indigenous languages. Commercial media is in business to make a profit. So the problem is not going to be solved by looking at commercial media on its own or by looking at government on its own. But government has got a very important role to play in making sure that the education system speaks to the media, it speaks to the culture of the country. Because all of these things are actually connected. I think our mistake is to separate and disaggregate the development of languages as a freestanding issue that can thrive or fail on its own. But actually it is interlinked to what we do culturally, to what we do with the fiscus, for example, the participation or preparedness of government to allocate money to develop indigenous languages. So I'm saying that next year, Bahaitsu, Bagiti, you are not seeing me here if you are still complaining. If you're saying we are organizing, we are looking for representatives from PENSALP, from the teachers' unions, from the media, from the community media, from everybody, then I'll probably be here before everyone else, unlike today, when I arrived late.
Thank you. That is a resolution that should be noted to this conference. And when we started it, we said we don't want to be complaining. That's why I asked that kind of a question. What can be done? Also, in that fold, we need to ensure that the Department of Communication comes here next year. Department of Arts and Culture, Sports, Arts and Culture is already here, and they gather, and then Department of Education should be here next year. In terms of basically not be here, they must be coming and reporting to say what strides they have made to ensure that indigenous African languages are utilized and the community media, be it broadcasting or print, is supported. I read it in one of the articles some time ago that the GCIS, we invited them, they're here, if I'm correct, which is the Government Communications and Information Systems, is the one that deals with the number of government advertising. I was shocked to know that government advertising that goes to SABC is not even 200 million, while SABC is broadcasting in all languages. When they buy space in the SABC, over a year, they don't spend more than 200 million. That's an indictment that we have to deal with. So I agree with you when you say you need to bring government to say you must buy space. That is another resolution that is coming from this particular commission now. Government must buy space in the media, community media platforms, so that they can employ more people, they can survive, they can use the languages, and they can develop. At this juncture, I'm going to request that we have the mics, 2 mics here that can be taken, whereby, please do not ask me a question. I'm the facilitator. You ask the 3 people. I know I come from Penn South African Language Board, but do not ask me the question. Ask the 3 people. Please don't put a long preamble. It's just a question or a comment. We would love also to have compliments. Can you take the mic? Let me have hands this side, 1, 2. This side, 3. Okay. This side, 1. You are number 4. You are number 5. Who's the 6th one? Who's the 6th one on this side? On this side? On this row is gone. So we've got number 1. Then you give it to number 2. And then you give it to number 3 this side. Then there are 2 hands this side, 1 and 2. Please introduce yourself. Your name. Okay, I'll give you. Your name. Don't do it as I did. I had a chance to do it. Your name and the organization you come from. Be specific to the point.
Molweni. Greetings to everyone. My name is Atenkosi Nzobe. I'm from TUT. I'm a student there, doing 2nd year in communications and advertising and marketing as my selective. So I'd like to thank each and everyone who made this platform possible, especially SANF and Penslop, sorry about that, and the affiliated organizations who made this possible. I want to actually comment on what Mr. Lantz was talking about, which is the importance of promoting indigenous language in the media space, which is basically the essence of this seminar. Well, I think it goes back to our education system. We need to look at that too, because most of our degrees that we study in universities don't have indigenous languages, which can also affect our education system, because it's really important as the youth, since we are the ones who are taking the media space at large. I think it's important to have bodies like PenSlab to actually continue to promote and serve and advise the likes of the South African Qualification Authority Board to actually advise and also advise other universities, and also takes the steps of the Northwest University to actually encourage other universities to have indigenous languages. And this will not only promote the indigenous languages into the media space, it will also advance our education qualification, the quality of our education. As Dr. Yanga was saying, he was quoting the Nelson Mandela quote, which is very famous. It is not verbatim, but it goes something like this. If you talk to a man in a language, it goes to his head, but if you talk to him in his own language, it goes to the heart, which shows the importance of our indigenous language. But my question, it goes to Miss Nezemba. I hope I pronounced it well. I'm asking, why does Model C schools have not implemented indigenous languages in terms of like using it as the language of education, since each and everyone is going to Model C schools? They no longer prefer the local schools in our townships. Thank you.
A student at the Tshwane University of Technology. I'm a former CSRC chairperson of a selective party. I'm standing up on a plea to the panel there to say that I really wish we could involve most organizations which are here with and integrate with the institution to create awareness, to create awareness on the importance of indigenous language, and in selective courses that specialize in the profession of language, communication, and everything. This will develop a sense of importance and implement a language consciousness to us in higher institutions and in also basic education in the importance of learning indigenous language, and also trying to be in the space where we can implement those things in an indigenous platform and in an indigenous approach. That's a plea. Thank you.
I head the language unit at NetBank. And I just have to add on what was said by one of the panelists. He was referring to return on investment. And I think it's very important, and it's something that we talk about separate from the issue of improving our indigenous languages and using them in various spaces. But what I would like to add on that is that we need to create a need. I don't think we can implement indigenous languages the way we would like to do in the state that things are. Let me make a typical example. Most of us have moved to DSTV. Who watches SABC 1, 2, and 3? We except Skibsam and Movango. But we don't. We want these languages, but we don't want to use them. Who in this room uses the option of isiZulu when they go withdraw money on their ATMs? We all go to English, but we want to improve and use our languages. So it goes back to the need. Now we have students here, language students here. Some of them are translators. They're going to be interviewing for jobs once they're done. We will be interviewing them in English, but they are indigenous languages translators. So we need to overhaul the system and how we do things if we're really going to see some fruits in implementing these languages. Otherwise, like you rightly said, say, we are going to have these talks and continuously say, we're not getting there, we're not getting there. But we ourselves are not using these languages. We ourselves are not. I mean, Afrikaans people have got 3 cake net channels. We don't have a channel yasiZulu, Xitsonga, or anything. So I appreciate what the panelist says, but I would like us to have these talks in terms of how are we overhauling the systems and putting these languages in the fiber of everything that we do so that we create a need for people to know these languages. It's not just a by the way. Thank you.
I sit as the Treasurer General of SANEF. Mine is not a comment. I think I just want to pick up from where Pramike left off. The reality is that, yes, Pramike, we do have these conversations and it becomes a conversation ad nauseum. But the reality is that I think there's 2 things that need to happen. We still need to have these conversations so that we can get to that point where we have tangible outcomes. But I think what would be important coming from this discussion is what are these action points that are tangible that we can do individually as organizations, but also collectively, to make sure that when we meet next year, there is some progress that has been made. From our side as SANEF, in addition to what Nwabisa said about the university, a partnership with the University of Northwest, we are at the same time making sure that in every platform that we get, be it with, for instance, recently there is the market inquiry that is being being done by the Competition Commission, looking at the impact of digital media on South African media in general. The point we make there is that whatever solutions that we come out with in reference to or with regards to media sustainability, what solutions we end up with, the issue of language and community media is central to that. Because what the media looks like now, it perpetuates what Bramike was talking about, right? Where it's an economic, it's the economics of the media, where English medium publications and broadcasters are the ones who have the lion's share. But going forward, we're not going to get private companies investing in that because it's a commercial business, but they're also running into trouble, even with the English media, because the advertising revenue and the funding model, in fact, the business model is outdated. It doesn't work anymore. That is why the media is in trouble in general. So the future, therefore, must make sure that we do not perpetuate the status quo, where you have the dominance of English medium publications and media. So I think that as long as we understand, because also the media is evolving, the future of the media is not in big 4, big 5 companies. It's in actually localized, parochial news outfits that are able to speak primarily to the communities that they serve, first, and secondly, to be able to tell those stories to the outside world. All of us agree. It doesn't matter where the story comes from. If it's interesting, I will read it or I'll watch it, regardless of the corner that it comes from, even if it's from North Africa. If it piques my interest, then I'll be able to follow up. So I think that the important thing for us to do, perhaps as we go forward, is also to say, what are we doing in our spaces? What can we do collectively? But the answer to that does not lie with private media companies, because the primary imperative is to make a profit. And the news business, I don't think it's as lucrative or as profitable. In fact, it is not as profitable for private media companies. I think that's the point I wanted to make. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Program Director. My name is Malebo Pache. Until last week, I was the editor-in-chief at Newsroom Africa, but I've since gone back to training. So mine is more like a comment than a question. Just to add on to what Bramike and other people have said, that commercialization is the root cause why obviously there isn't so much promotion of the indigenous languages. But I want to add another point on the regulatory bodies, whether they've got enough teeth to enforce the quotas that are supposed to be experienced when we talk about issues of language, because I don't see that happening. And I think it's an area that we need to look at, whether the regulatory bodies are playing the part that they're supposed to, ICASA being one of them, obviously. The second one is the fact that in the room, there's so much young people, youth. And I think what Dr. Majola said is, when you talk to people, we've got to be inclusive and talk to them, meet them where they are. And I think going forward, next year, like Bramike is saying, it will add more value to have, as part of your panel, some youth sitting as part of the channel, so that they can speak their mind. You can meet them where they are, which is online. We talk about online, and that is pretty much where the youth are. But we need to see more and more of them on the panel to speak, so that we can understand how they want to be communicated to, as far as promoting the indigenous languages. The last point is obviously what Boo and the other speaker was talking about the evolving nature of the media, whether we do understand where the media is going. One of the speakers was critical about AI, and I do support her in terms of AI. But that is the reality, is that we cannot swim against the tide. AI is here. We need to understand and how to engage with AI instead of being that critical about it, and how to use that AI to promote the same languages, because nothing stops us from using AI to promote languages. That's my point. Thank you so much.
A veteran journalist, and I have a publication called Pumelela, a community newspaper. I think we are where we are right now because since the advent of Model C hierarchy and stuff like that, all the parents, most of the parents, discouraged their children from speaking the mother tongue, indigenous languages. It was hype. It was a good thing, you know, a better thing that Mntwana speaks English. Don't talk to my child in isiZulu or isiXhosa, you know. We are where we are right now because we as parents abrogated, we surrendered our responsibilities of talking indigenous languages to our children. My children, I told them that, look, Isingisi finishes at the road there. Once you step on this yard there, it's Zulu one way or it's a Xhosa one way. You know, guys, I don't know how we're going to rectify this. It's tough. It's going to be tough. We wouldn't be talking like this if we as parents made sure that when our kids, we sent our kids to Model Cs, we maintain that, hey, we need to continue talking to them in indigenous languages. That's why we are here, guys. I don't know if we can still rectify this, but the chickens have come home to roost.
Thank you, Datim Charlie. We are all to blame here. That is the point that is being raised. Let me give to the panelists just briefly. There was no person who was saying, only two people that directed to you, Mr. Sluma, a specific question. But then let's get you ladies first. Just in a brief sum up response.
Okay, with the former Model C schools that we think they are not offering African languages, let me correct that. It is happening. There's a program called IOL. It's incremental introduction of African languages. It's all about the needs of the school. If they do want to do that, they're free to do so because the department does allow them to do that. They just meet with the parents and they choose on the indigenous language that they need, that needs to be offered, and then human resource will definitely be in place. Already, educators, subject specialists have been trained by the basic education. So it is happening. And then also, is there anyone who still remember when was International Mother Tongue Day was? Clever, wow. Thank you very much. If I had a sweet, I would definitely throw it to you. Thanks so much. On this day, the DGG for Transformation Program has announced that there will be the mother tongue-based bilingual education that will be taking place. 2025, you are going to see the natural science textbook. You are going to see the life skills textbook being translated in all the African languages. So it will be up to us if we still want our learners to go to those former Model C schools and not be engaged in and taking a pride of our language. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Sloma?
Thanks, everyone. I just wanted to make 2 points. If I miss a question that was directed at me, you'll redirect me. I just wanted to make 2 points. And I hear what you're saying about the books which are coming and all of that. My beef, I'm not an educationist, but my beef with the education system and with our government is to say the schools can choose whether they want to have an African language in there as a subject or not. Now, from what my experience is that if you leave it to the parents, there are many places, we're talking about Model C schools here, there are many places where white parents are still in the majority. And if you ask them to choose whether they want to go with English and Afrikaans or English and an African language, chances are, and often they choose not to have an African language. Now, my view is if you want to transform a society as a government, you actually have to give guidelines, and there has to be an element of enforcement of the direction in which the whole country must move. I think that it is, personally, I think it's scandalous that you can have kids growing up in Limpopo who are, for example, who are in a Model C school, but who actually are not learning or cannot speak. In other words, they exit the schooling system without being able to speak an indigenous language. I think it's a scandal. I think that if children are in the Eastern Cape, we should be saying all kids who go through our education system in the Eastern Cape must speak isiXhosa. As in the same way we're saying they must learn math, in the same way we're saying they must learn English and science and all the nice to haves in an education system. So I think that even if we produce the books, that in itself is not going to lead to the adoption, a wholesale adoption of African languages in the system. And I think that it is important that all kids are able to speak an African language, because that helps as well for better understanding in the nation building process. If you learn, I think we all know this, and I'm probably going, saying the obvious, that if you can understand a language, you also will begin to understand the culture of the people who speak that language. Now, if you refuse to learn that language, it means that the divisions in society are never going to go away. I know I'm segueing, but I'm just saying that in terms of the agendas book, the next year agenda of SANEF and PANSALB and everybody, when we go to see the president, not just the minister, the president, to say, Mr. President, we are an African country. What are you doing to make sure that African languages actually are promoted and entrenched in South Africa? So I think that that's an issue that will need to be raised, to say the education system has got, our kids spend much of their formative years in the education system. There's no other place that can better imbue an understanding or competency in African languages as the schooling system can do. The other point that I wanted to ask is, I don't know if the MDDA is here. I believe that the MDDA can play a critical role. I find that it is almost marginalized in these conversations. It's seen as a kind of ATM, that us who are in the commercial really, it's not a priority as to what happens to the money and all of that. I think the model of the MDDA would be very instructive in the conversations going forward, to say, how do we finance the development of African languages and not confined only to community.
Our languages ourselves. And on our part, try to raise that level of an awareness among other people that the languages live in them, and that each one of us can play a part in making our languages meaningful to ourselves and to others. That will be going forward as a people.
Thank you very much, colleagues, and to my panelists, thank you very much for this session, and also thank you very much for you for being a good audience. For the issues that you think that are not responded directly, we have taken note on them and some of the comments with regard to the degrees in schools. We are working on that with as PEN South African Language Board. On the incremental introduction of African languages, we are on it as PEN South African Language Board in terms of saying, why are those schools not doing that? And then on the creation of the need, that is all of us as a collective, as Mr. Ngalo has said, that we need to use our languages. If we don't use them, they will die. On that note, colleagues, thank you very much, and it was nice being with you.
Thank you very much to the panelists and the facilitator for a very engaging session. Can we please just give them a last round of applause? So now we are breaking for lunch. Lunch will be up until 1:30. Our next panel is on AI and the media, which is the latest in the digital technological developments around media. And this session is going to be facilitated by Patiswa Makopeni, who is a member of the SANEF Council. We will have presentations from Professor Bukosi Marivate, who is from the University of Pretoria and is an associate professor there. Slindile Kanyile, who is an editor and publisher of Umbele, as well as Zamuqolo Matiwane, the media coordinator of the Science Communication, the media coordinator of Science Communication, SAA-STA. Can we please give them a round of applause?
Molweni. I actually speak Python. I speak Python, and that's the programming language for AI. Yeah. As now that we're talking about languages and indigenous languages specifically, and I just want one person to Google the age of artificial intelligence. Just say, how old is AI? If you get it, there's going to be a subsequent question. Yeah? The exact age? The exact age? How old is artificial intelligence? Yeah. Around 74 years. 70, 74. That's how old AI is. And why are we sitting here intimidated by AI when some of us were born into AI? So how is it that it's a new thing when it's this old? From the 1950s, the work that was done by John McCarthy, Alan Turing, and many others who were involved in that project at the time. But how is it that it is so new that we are scared of it? So this is a conversation that we are going to have this afternoon, and it's nice because we are properly fed from the lunch. And I'm not going to introduce my panelists because they have been introduced briefly, but they are going to introduce themselves because when I avoid introducing people, I want them to scope what they are going to talk about by introducing themselves in the context of what they want to say. So if we look at the theme of the seminar, being the news media's role in the development and preservation of indigenous languages, and I like what was added, being protecting indigenous languages, which is what PENSAL is actually doing. So in the context of the question that I've asked, 30 years ago, there was no Google, there was no Facebook, there was no Instagram, there was no TikTok, there was no Twitter, which is now X. I'm not even counting your Amazons and Netflix, but for the purpose of this discussion that we are going to have around AI, I thought I should mention those. 30 years being the age of South Africa's democracy. But AI was there. AI was there. And how is it that we have engaged with these social media platforms and we have embraced them to the extent that they've become natural spaces for conversations for us, but not AI that was always there before?
So what is it about AI that intimidates us to the point where we actually think that it's a foreign thing, and wherever it gets discussed, it becomes an intellectual, technical conversation that we can't relate to? Prof is going to talk to some of that, because that is his space of work. I'm just a pedestrian when it comes to that. And in my view, AI is both a human challenge and an opportunity. There are challenges that it brings, particularly in the news media, and specifically where indigenous languages are concerned. But there are also opportunities that we should actually be tapping into, to the extent that we are able to use it to our benefit as media. And I want to refer to something that the program director mentioned when she started, the 2+1 approach, that we should actually be at a point where, as we're sitting here, we are able to conduct the seminar in more than 2 languages with that 2+1. It is a simple and workable one. And the fact that it hasn't happened 30 years into democracy is a damning indictment on all of us as a country. And the fact that we still have indigenous languages communities that have no news bulletins, particularly where broadcast is concerned. On weekends, there are languages, indigenous languages, that have no news bulletins on weekends. There are indigenous languages that alternate slots during the week. And they would get exposure 4 times at the most on any 7-day cycle. And yet you have English 7 days a week, Afrikaans 7 days a week. That's an indictment on media owners, both public and private. Similarly, if you look at intellectualization of indigenous languages, which is another area, we are seeing scholarship on indigenous languages being produced in English predominantly. I'm yet to see an Afrikaans thesis, whether it's a master's paper or a doctoral dissertation, that treats an Afrikaans issue as a language, but written in English. I'm yet to see that. But indigenous languages are treated in that manner. And on the rare occasion where you have a thesis, master's or doctoral, written in African languages, the whole country celebrates. How? 30 years into democracy. How? Why are we still celebrating sprinklings and things that are trickling when these languages are spoken by the majority of the people in the country? You can take the same view where business is concerned, because these languages still don't have the right status in terms of being languages of power, being languages of economics, being languages of business, let alone the fact that we are going to be talking here about the science that comes with these languages, and similarly with technology. So there's something fundamental that we need to address. And it does not help that you now have this AI that seems scary, being a language on its own, that complicates matters. So if you have what is natural to you being indigenous languages that is not taken care of properly, what makes us think that we're going to be able to be proficient in AI as a tool and a language? And at this point, I'm going to invite Professor Marivate to address us, and I'm not going to say what he's going to say, and I want him to scope what he's going to talk about. Thanks, Prof.
Maybe I'm coming from outside. I come from computing, from mathematics. The things I found are not necessarily technical problems. What I found in working in this space is that we are our biggest challenge. What do I mean by that? I can ask this question in every room across the continent, not just in South Africa. How many people here, for the language that you would like to interact with or you speak mostly at home, have a digital dictionary or thesaurus on your phone or on your laptop? I think that's it. I could literally stop my talk. There's no more need. We're done. Our languages are dead. You cannot talk about how journalists or media are supposed to be creating content in our languages, and nobody has the tools to actually go and say, can I go read? How do I find a word? How do I write in the right way? It doesn't get, like, don't talk about the AI. That is just a distraction. There has been multiple resources paid for by the government of South Africa when it comes to terminology lists, when it comes to dictionaries and all this. All these things are supposed to be public goods, but they're not. And that is exemplified by the answer to that question. And nobody, 0 people in this room raised their hand. I just want that to be clear. What are you writing then? No, I think let's sit and let's marinate on that. It doesn't matter. The AI stuff is a distraction. If you're sitting there, that a child in school can't go and say, no, here's an online dictionary I can access very quickly for this language, whether it's bilingual, trilingual, quadringual, it doesn't matter. Not there. Does the rest of it matter, really? I'm asking, like, does it really matter, the rest of it? What are we fighting for then? Right? And that's the big part here. We are our biggest enemies. The way that we look at systems from individualism, from thinking about what we can get, as opposed to actually centering the languages themselves. The languages are not centered. I'm sorry, I've gone, that's long sailed. That when people say, no, we really care about the languages, I say, well, I can give you 10 examples where it really shows that you don't care about the languages. It's about where I am, what I can get, how I can progress. Not about the languages. We are lying. Right, so when we put AI and digital and whatever, that's just the distraction. So that's the thing I wanted to say. The other one is that, yes, there is a part that for a while, what I'd call it is the question of who pays for the internet is a central thing about digital things. So 25 years ago, which is 1998, Google was there, but then there'd been other search engines before. Google is just one. And during that period, there was this part that you typically had to have your own website, pay for it, and then create content on it. And then something changed when you got into the 2000s, where online, the content almost is free. You can just go get it. And then the way that we said that things were going to be paid for was through advertising. And the media landscape got caught up in that, right? You would have a news website, the news website would advertise on a thing, and then you would then get back money through people visiting your website. As time went on, it seemed that the search engines had more power than the media itself. They rake in most of the money that comes from this advertising, and the media is not getting as much. Because you see this by the newsrooms dwindling, because the funding generally gets less and less because print is going away, because people are expecting that I'll be able to read online for free. And now it puts you in this vicious cycle. If you don't have a website and you just have print, can you survive? Right? And now if you have only online that's completely open, can you survive? No. Something needs to. So that was one. That's one major thing that has gone on. And then, yes, if we go back to 30th of November 2022, just so that I don't spend too much time, I think I was given 25 minutes, I'll try to keep it to that. ChatGPT comes out. And this just becomes another nail on the coffin in the way that we think about media. Because one, it comes out that now you have these organizations that go, they scrape your website, they build tools, and now they're charging $20 a month for their tools. But you on the other side are not getting money. And this has been that for the last 2 years, there's been this acceleration to say, let's close down as much as possible the internet. But this is something the media had already started doing by putting up paywalls for the last decade. It just accelerated because of AI, because of this. When it comes to language, that just then puts you at a much, like, we're already talking basically about English. I'm not even talking about, now when you go into the other, it's just then becomes, how do you then develop? Given this landscape where it becomes a question, who pays for the internet? Content just doesn't show up by itself. Right? But as again, I say, the assumption here for a lot of us is you open up the thing, you go to a website, you read. Who pays? Right? And these bring up these economic challenges that come together in those spaces. And there's a longer kind of chat about that I can have. I was part of the competition commissions. I gave a public lecture during the competition commission's inquiry this year on these digital, digital market inquiry. Please, you can go look at that. That's my longer talk. That really explains what AI is. It really explains how you build these models that you see now that people are using, whether it's ChatGPT or it's Perplexity AI or Google or whatever, or Llama. It doesn't matter. All of them work in the same way. It's a very good kind of primer on what's going on in these spaces. As I said, I'm at University of Pretoria, but I wear very, very many hats. I am at Lacuna Fund. We fund the creation of data for the global majority in AI. I am a member of the Young Global Leaders of World Economic Forum. I'm a co-founder of an AI startup called Elapa AI, working on language, AI and language. We're based in Rosebank. I co-founded Masakani, Deep Learning Indaba, which are grassroots organizations that are building up AI and natural language processing or language tooling for Africa. And then as of 2 weeks ago, I joined the board of Partnership of AI, which is a global board looking at AI across the globe. And I tend to take myself as I try to put together all these different communities together to resolve some of our challenges. At the university, I run the Data Science for Social Impact Lab, which is mostly made up 70% of students and staff who are working on AI for African languages. We've been doing this for years within these spaces. That's why a lot of interactions as people are meeting again, over and over again. You would have known me because I knock on your doors and then I start going like, please, can I have X? And yeah, the doors that are still not to fall, they will fall. It's just a matter of time. And hopefully this presentation tells you why. Let's think about our futures when it comes to AI. So I don't say I can't go into the deep just because of the time, but just know that to build AI models, you need data. The models learn from the patterns that they see in language. ChatGPT doesn't understand language. It just knows how to repeat patterns very well. And you can ask it things and it just kind of brings that up inside there. So this is not the first time, as Patiso has said, when we're talking about AI, we're going back 70 years or so. So you have AI, you have machine learning, you have neural networks, and now we're in this age of generative AI, these things that generate things. You ask it and it generates an image, it generates text, those types of things. Many ideas will float around. People will tell you how their ideas, even mine, will be the one that changes the world. Most of them will die. That's how science works. Right? 99% of the things won't work out, but that's normal. That's okay. But something to see in thinking about this time is these are the amount of research papers that were showing up on arXiv. This is a preprint server, so you can upload once your paper is done. Normally after it's accepted, you upload it there. If we go back 10 years ago, I think we were at about 100 papers coming to do with machine learning and AI showing up on preprint on arXiv. And now we're at 150 a day. Right? So we saw this happening, this exponential growth, saying that something is going to have to give in the future. If you're having this exponential growth, then much more and more of humanity is investing time into AI. There's no way it's not going to disrupt the way that we live and work. And it is. This is not something from the last 3 years. It's not something from I'm saying, even here, when you go back 10 years ago, you were seeing an exponential growth. It's just that now when you look at it, you're like, wow, now it's even accelerating even faster. Right? To do AI, you need to have these specific computing units called GPUs. All right, to build up these models for language, if you're using a ChatGPT, if you're using a Llama or whatever. So if we go back to the beginning of the year, these are specific A100s. These are 2 generations ago. So like when you talk about a generation, you have the latest Samsung phone from this year. It's not the same kind of than last year's one and the year before. So the current generation is a 2024 model. So the A100s are 2 generations ago. So if you look at that, you see Meta or Facebook has the most as an individual company. When it's blue, it means it's for their use. When it's red, it means that they can sell access to other people. And then when it's yellow, it's national HPC. meaning that you have these little computing units, and now they are part of like a government center that then allows other researchers to use it, especially in universities. So you can see for A100s, there was a mix, but you still see there's Meta, Facebook, there's Tesla. These companies are leading countries. Not the other way around, that countries are the ones that can bring together lots and lots of money, and then as such, they should have a lot. If we go, instead of 2 generations ago, we go to 1 generation ago, H100s, and now there's already H200s, something drastically changes. So if you can see the pattern, nation states don't even feature anymore. And you can see here, as Mark Zuckerberg last year announced towards the end of the year, they're going to buy 350,000 of these H100s. Each of them are about $50,000. So you can multiply that. That's not taking into account the data. That's not taking into account the man hours it takes to train the LLMs that you're using on ChatGPT. ChatGPT, the second version of it, probably costs about $100 million to train. Right? So I don't even think the whole African continent, if you added all the 54 countries, have even more than 500 or 1,000 of these. So the scales are completely off. That we don't have the compute. Let's throw that one out. You cannot beat these people by saying, no, we will train these things ourselves and train the same size. You can't. There's literally a physical barrier for you being able to do that. If you order an H100 today, it will arrive in a year. That's if they allow you to order it. And then there's H200s that now are out. I won't spend much on here, but us in natural language processing, that's how we talk about language. Instead of linguistics, we talk about this. We're trying to process language with a computer. You can have many things, but the challenge of low resource natural language processing, which is most of our languages, local languages, is you may have many speakers but not many resources, whether it's data, tools, those types of things. That's why the question at the beginning came first. And you also might have hard to find these resources. Right? My lab at the university spent a considerable amount of time trying to figure out where can we find the most resources in Indebele. And we will spend 3 years trying to find them. Because they're always hidden for some reason. Right? Go back to the thing about prestige and being selfish. That I'm going to be the only one who writes for the next 10 years about this specific thing. If I allow it and it's openly available to other people, no, they might take it. So rather the language die, and I get my prestige. Right? And you can see how the languages across the world stack up. So you have something like isiZulu, which would be, this paper, categorized as a hopeful, and then the winners, English, Spanish, German, Japanese, and French. So now the question that comes up naturally is, what does it take to move up these ranks? And it's a mixture of things, whether it's going to be building the resources in terms of tools, making available data in different ways, making available these dictionaries, or it's a lot of things. People speaking, as Patiso said, people using the language unashamedly, as opposed to saying, in reference, this could have been in English, but now I made a special concession. Right, on this base. And if we think about now the data per language in terms of building these AI models, I'll give a much better thing than this. So this one just shows you that for a lot of the benchmarks here, 52% of the data on the internet that is scrapable is English. And then these are the rest of it. There's Hindi at 0.1%. These are the top African languages at the moment, but obviously I think that you guys have more of this data sitting somewhere in lots of different places, but they're not accessible easily. And you can see, for average with other African languages, we are 4 decimal places down. So you demanding, no, we want our ChatGPTs in our languages. Again, a second problem, not the compute, the data. All right, again, can throw out the thing and say, that's 2 things. Now, English is going to be, you knew this is new. This is not new, I'm just showing you now, is from the perspective of computing people, what we see. Okay, and I'll give an example. Common Crawl is this data set that crawls the internet, it tries to crawl it. And I think it's like 9 petabytes of it is English. right? So a petabyte is, you have 1,000 megabytes a gigabyte, 1,000 gigabytes a terabyte, and then 1,000 terabytes is a petabyte. We spent 3 years looking for Setswana content. Monolingual, bilingual, it didn't matter. We built up a data set of 25 megabytes. Right? And this was by, we had to remove, if you remove Jehovah's Witnesses has a large multilingual data for their publications. And just Jehovah's Witnesses by itself had 100 megabytes of Setswana. But that's the things here, right? And there's more. Obviously, there's way more Setswana out there. It's just, again, discoverability, how you can get it. Do we have licenses that are permissive, allowing people to use them, right? Especially for research, right? Fine, if people want to go into commercial, they can then talk. But then people who are working on research, trying to build these things for public good, should be have systems to be able to use these things. I'll skip this a bit because I think, again, you know it. But, you know, then the ultimate thing that comes together, and this is our thing since 1994, is you keep on saying, well, English will be the thing, right? Because that's how government makes decisions. Should we translate one more? This, I saw my GCIS colleagues here. I remember being at GCIS, and the thing is you have the Vukuzenzele newspaper, gets published twice a month, 20 articles maybe per edition, and only 2 or 3 of them are translated into the rest of the South African languages outside English. So we're saying that a South African who does not interact in English should only be told, should only get civic education about 10 to 15% of what the government is doing. That's what we're saying. Right? There's nothing else. Again, as I said, like when people say, no, we care about the language, they're like, no. We only care 10 to 15% of the content will be translated, and that's just for one publication. So rest of them, no. You know, let's forget about it when it comes to these things. And the thing is, communication, as you said, like from Gugu Ationgo's book, is more than these symbols. You carry many, many things that are more than just the symbols. And when we take everything down to, no, it's just symbols, we're just trying to get things out, you're losing out on a lot in these spaces. And this becomes this concept of a high interest credit card. Let's say maybe we took out that interest before 1994. We took out that credit card. But it's a high interest credit card, meaning that to pay to get back to the language actually being developed, you need to pay that debt down. And we've been waiting more than 30 years. You can now kind of imagine how big the debt is now. There's going to be a point where you have to declare and say, I'm insolvent, I declare bankruptcy, we're going to stop working on this language. It's going to happen. That's exactly how languages die. It becomes so expensive to think about paying down the debt that you just leave it. But that's where the state of where we are on there. There's a question, yes, is generative AI adding to the, increasing the interest or adding to the principal amount, right? But for me, I think the thing, even though I have 5 minutes left, I wanted people to go, our languages are dying, and we are just rearranging chairs on the Titanic. We have to come from here and then say, what are we going to do? And the thing of saying, no, but there's this problem and that problem and that problem, it no longer carries weight. Right, we can't be on that. We will be here. If we continue 10 years from now, we'll be saying, having the same forum, saying the same things. Right? And we are going to need more and more data. There is a question about where does this data come from? Does it represent all of us? How do you protect still citizens' private information? And now there's a lot of work going into trying to get countries to build their own language models. And a lot of this is these unequal negotiations between these big tech companies and countries where a lot of the time, unfortunately, the policymakers do not understand the value of the data that they have. So it's just, no, can we get access and then we will use it? And they build models. Again, you can make millions. You give back $1,000. That's not equal. But at the same time, you need to make sure that a language is used, it flourishes locally, so you need to have tools that are available locally to the people in a permissible manner. Yes, with some limitations that people can't do if they are going to figure out how to to make money out of it, they can come back. We have licenses for that now. We've had those licenses for 20 years. Where you can say, no, for research purposes, in a non-profit way, go ahead, use this, build on it. Right? And then when there has to be profit, then have a conversation and let's get into a licensing agreement. These have been there. So you can just openly make available this data. And as I said, like, you're building these models, and a lot of them are going to just have English as the main thing. It's not that there's no work happening in the other languages. If we look at Wikipedia as a proxy, there's now like 7 million articles written in English on Wikipedia. It's in Ndebele, hopefully in South Africa. I think now they're working on it, will be added finally. And that was my wife's language, so it was always a sour point at home that there was no Ndebele Wikipedia. But now we're literally paying for it again. The government of South Africa, SADILA, and come together and literally paying for the creation of content in Wikipedia. There's Swahili, 80,000 compared to 7 million. There's Yoruba, 33,000 compared to 7 million. There's Zulu, 11,000 compared to, Afrikaans, I think is 100,000. Right, and then Southern Sotho, 949. Right? We have to think about data licensing. As I'm saying, it's not a thing of like, oh, everything is just because it's open, it means that no way. There are ways, the licenses are there, whether you're using Creative Commons, non-commercial Creative Commons, share alike, they're there. We have to capacitate. Locally, we have to have a right to research. The way that a lot of people try to block a right to research is by saying, no, I'm going to make sure that this resource is not available online. Because if it was available online, as I said, somebody else might look at it and then start working on doing something with it. I'm not in control anymore, and I don't get the prestige. It's not about the language. Right. And there's a lot of other things out there. And we need more than this. And for me, one of the things that I've been very happy to be involved with in the last 7 years or so is building up community-driven AI. Why? Governments, private companies, non-profits on the continent, academia are so behind when it comes to these things. And we looked at this back in 2016, 2015, and we said, like, these revolutions are coming and we're not prepared. We need to build something. So one was the deep learning Indaba. I'm going to finish now. Here was how do we strengthen African machine learning so that Africans become the contributors, owners, and shapers of these coming advances. This was us in 2015. Going back 2016, 2017 to participate, that's been a long time. It's just that a number of us finished our PhDs and we were looking around and saying, we need to do something. If we go back to 2017, we were at VET, I think 300 people. Then we created this is an annual research gathering, happens once a year, normally August and September. But we created these things called Indaba X's, which are smaller. And in 2019, I think they were at 30-something. And then now in 2024, we are in 47 out of 54 countries. Almost every week, to show you how communities can come together, almost every week, somewhere on the continent, there's an Indaba X workshop. Last week was Botswana. The week before was Uganda. The week before that was Ghana. Right? And these are all communities coming together. It's not us saying, no, you must. They say, no, we have to be working on building the capacity and the capabilities that we need for these things locally, by ourselves. Waiting for these saviors is not going to help in this space. This was us last year, 800 people attending. Most of the people here, I'm telling you, work on languages. Because it's a very active area of research at the moment, right? So last year, 800 attendees, 45% being women, 200 grants to get to Accra at the University of Ghana. This year, we're going to Senegal, 1st or 7th September, right? And then we started Masakane to build up on, in 2019 at the Indaba, to say, how then do we build? So it's Masakane NLP or Masakane Research Foundation, where we build together to build up tooling for AI and African languages. And it really has grown into a community globally from 2019 to now that really gets people to identify that I want to work on my language, unapologetically, in AI, and then be able to release my work. We won the first Wikimedia Research Award from Jimmy Wales, the founder of Wikipedia, for democratizing the internet, for our first paper that came out of the network on how we can do translations at scale. Right? We had translation models in 2020 for many, many African languages in these spaces, and they are openly available for free. And you would have seen in the last couple of years, Google increasing the availability of translation for many of our South African languages. A number of Google researchers were part of the Masakani community as well. Right? Because there, it's again the language. How do we center the language? How do we make sure Africans have agency to build these things? And how do we make sure as much of this is accessible as possible? And this has continued on, and I would say in terms of AI, the most prolific group or lab that publishes in these spaces is actually Masakani. All right? And there's many, many people who work in these spaces in being the grassroots, where a lot of the community newspapers who are there, that's the thing, it's the grassroots trying to resolve a lot of tough problems that we know other parts of society can't resolve. We still need to build things. I'll skip this for now. Like I said, I have my views and you can see them. But then on the other side, yes, how do we then get to a point where you have commercial parity? On one, we have Lelapa AI. We started this, I think 2 years ago, but last year officially launched, where we are a socially grounded AI company based here in Joburg, but then it's Pan-African. We have lots and lots of different people. Our first work has been that thing to build technology for Africans to communicate digitally in their languages. Right? And it's a research lab first, so we build lots of researchers who work within here. They build tools, get them out there. And we are really going into things like transcription, analysis, converse in many, many different languages in the space, and this is always building up. On Monday, we launched our language model. It's called Nguba Alem. Nguba means dank beetle, where it doesn't need to be big. You don't need to play that game of those GPUs in the same way, but you can build something that actually is mighty, and we're trying to see how then the community is going to build using this. I think it has Hausa, isiXhosa, isiZulu, Yoruba, Swahili for the moment, but then it will expand over time as we retrain these things. So you can build with these things, you can get in touch. And yeah, thanks to everybody who supports our work, whichever way. It's a trying thing. I know I've asked over times, like, oh, you come into the rooms and you say, this is problems, and you ask for money. Yes, we need to solve the problem of the languages, not the pettiness between us. Let's work through these things. And then thanks also for the support that we get from lots of different organizations. We want to increase the amount of African funders for these things, because that's the other major issue. The funding doesn't come from here. Right? It's not like we have all African companies are making losses all the time. But it's about saying, no, we want to invest in R&D, and this is what we do. I will give it up to you. Yeah.
Thank you, Prof. Actually, I think I'm ready for dinner. I'm actually hungry after seeing all of the stuff and the scary things about languages dying. Yeah, that's a lot to take in, and it's actually a lot of work that has been done in that area. And I'm sitting here and wondering, how is it that there isn't a single media house in the partners that you work with? And we're sitting here discussing issues around the media and how it's grappling with AI. But there isn't a single one there. Actually, I know that one was approached that I'm aware of, but it isn't there. I think that's a huge problem. And yeah.
Community newspaper where we've been trying, and even then we've been trying to figure out how we're going to work, because we also need to take care of not just the paper, but also the interns, and I'm still trying to figure that out. But we know we've been working on making sure we archive the work that comes out of there. For me, I'll talk freely. We tried to talk to the SABC. It has gotten acrimonious. And for me, it's a non-starter. When you first work on, we do not want you to share what comes out of this work outside. Or people have to keep on reapplying. You can't have in other countries, you have national broadcasters and they say, oh yeah, this is a public good. Here it is in an easy manner. Some people even release articles in TXT files, because they know that there are other people who just want to build a corpora, not the thing of how it looks. And then you're saying those things. It is completely, again, mandate of the public broadcaster out of the space. Yeah.
Okay. All right, that makes me want to weep. I think that's a great development with the work that you're doing with Dunisani and the group. But again, I've always struggled with the idea of community media, being community media, and then there's something else called mainstream media. There's nothing as mainstream as community media in how the media works, because these are people who are very close to where the people are. Then back to the discussion. I want to get your reflections on what has just been said in the context of the work that you do as a publisher. You are going to introduce yourself. You are going to introduce yourself as the journalist and share your practice in the context of what has been said, but I will give you some directed questions. Similarly to User Mkolo, you will introduce yourself, but I want you to talk about the project, the science project that you are running as SASTA, or NRF through SASTA. But starting with you, Slindile, with what has just been said, what can you say are the pain points, and how are you dealing with those where AI is concerned and all these tools are concerned in doing work in the space where you operate?
Good afternoon. My name is Slindile Khanyile. I am the editor and publisher of Umbele, which is a Zulu medium online financial publication. We started 4 years ago after I was with independent newspapers for the longest of time. So at some point I worked for Business Report and realized the gap that was there when it comes to access to financial news in indigenous languages. And then when an opportunity then eventually presented itself, we were able to launch Umbele. We do not necessarily use, I think mostly people perhaps think that when it comes to things such as Google Translate, we would maybe use them. No, we don't. But having said that, I will give credit to Google. I think in 2018, for example, when I had a conversation with some of their people, at that point, in fact, I even said it to them, I could, safely say that Google Translate was atrocious. And I can speak about isiZulu, but also colleagues or friends who speak other indigenous languages also confirmed. But I can tell you that it has improved markedly, by now. We still don't use it because as much as it has improved, but they still have not, they are still not able to capture the nuances of the language. You still, if you are a native speaker, you are still able to tell that this is a direct translation, though there is an improvement if you compare 2024 and 2020 and 2018. But also the reason we wouldn't necessarily use it is because we are able to originate the content in the language. So there is no need for us to dilute it with, we make money from translations as a business. It is the translations mainly, yes, we write in English for other people, we proofread, we edit, but it is translations. More than 60% of our revenue comes from translations, so they fund the journalism aspect of it. And reflecting on what Professor said, I think that the challenge is not so much that people are looking for prestige. It is also the reality of bread and butter issues, which I think you also confirmed when you spoke about the fact that you're still trying to figure out how to best work with Dunisani, because the thing is maybe from a, an R&D point of view, you would have sourced funding to support your research for whatever period, but as a publisher, I am producing this content and it needs to make business sense. And yes, it is about a public good. And I think that honestly, you do have to also give credit to what, people are trying to do, because it's not easy. Almost every day you get people asking, are there really terms, economic terms in Zulu? And you're like, guys, of course there are. Maybe we may not be able to say something like derivatives in Zulu, because also people think that there should always be an equivalent for each word, and that's not necessarily the case. You just need to be able to capture what you are trying to say or the essence of what you are saying. So there are bread and butter issues. There's something that, and I shared it earlier with some people here, there's something that someone that I hold in high regard said yesterday, who is a former journalist turned corporate executive, and he said that the problem with you journalists is you are emotional beings, and as a result you make irrational business decisions. And when it comes to what you are talking about, honestly, I know there are opportunities with AI. I don't fear it. And I want to find more and more ways of how to actually make it work. I think that if we can, it is one thing that actually presents sustainability opportunities for us going in the future, because it's not going to be advertising. That ship sailed a long time ago. And in fact, it is a miracle how we kept it going, that you produce a product, but the customer that you want to consume the product is not the one who must pay for it. A third party must pay for it. We've looked at it for however many decades, but it was bound to catch up with us as an industry. So I think that if we do the right thing with HI, if we are able to find investors, for whatever reason, I say this with respect, but in the last 10, 15 years, one of the saddest things that have happened in our industry is that we've been attracting venture capitalists who are just lunatics, right? So as a result, they don't come into the industry with the best of intentions, because they come in and they think that they are going to make a quick buck. But if you look at companies like Netflix, Facebook, they have people who are in it for the long haul, who are saying that, yes, there are certain growth metrics that we want to see, but those growth metrics do not necessarily have to immediately translate into profitability in your balance sheet, right? But we don't have that. And that is why you even see the kind of retrenchments, turnovers that we have been seeing in our industry, because people come in and they think 2, 3 years later they're going to make money, and when that doesn't happen, then they sell. And then another lunatic comes in, and then they make the same mistake, and then another one. And of course, as journalists, we also keep saying that, oh no, we just want to care about headlines. And we do not want to care about the business side of things, because we are journalists, we are sentimental. It is who we are. And you need sentimental beings, guys, as well. But I think that AI has an opportunity for us. I think if we can find investors, but I hope that we will not make the mistake that we made as well when I think online and social media came on board. Because part of the problem, I think we scored an own goal there again, because we wanted to protect print, and we were dismissive, which is why we gave news online for free. And then 20 years later, we saw what we saw with News 24, where they then said, oh, actually, guys, we want you to now start paying for news. And people are saying, but you've been giving it to us for free for 20 years. So I hope that when it comes to AI, we will not make that mistake.
Thank you. Thank you for that comprehensive reflection, Lee. I want to get to you, Zamokolo. You're going to introduce yourself and just reflect on what Prof was saying in the context of the work that you do at SASTA. But I also want to touch on, it's something that I'm going to come back to Slee on, touch on the fact that something she was mentioning about the lack of economic terms in isiZulu, what was said by whoever said it, and how when we actually have these terms, we are not able to diffuse them to the extent that everybody gets to know them. So what is it that we need to do to diffuse new terminology throughout the system such that other people actually have access to it? So over to you.
Okay, thank you, Sister Patisa. I think for me, I will respond to Prof. I think maybe to touch more on the question that he was, or the statement that he made about African languages dying. Because I think, some of the work that we are doing, we are trying to give life, to these African languages. How do we do that? We do that through trying to democratize, science, to make science much more accessible to the citizens of this country. We do that, through working very closely with the media in South Africa in terms of for them, to publish, science stories in indigenous languages. So I thought that maybe, my presentation maybe will respond, to some of the things that, are happening. Because this morning I was sitting there and I felt very depressed, and I lost energy because what I was hearing is that all of these negative things that, are happening, there were very few that were shared in terms of what is the positive things that are happening around languages and media in South Africa. So I'm hoping that I'm not going to add to your depression as well, like I felt this morning. And then the prof also added, another depression. So I'm feeling much more depressed now. So in terms of the work that we are doing at SASTA, I'm going to skip some of the slides here. We started a science journalism internship program where we worked with the Media Development and Diversity Agency way, in 2015 as a pilot, just to test, whether, media, community media, will have an appetite in terms of covering science. If you remember in those days, there was a lot that was happening in the media in South Africa. Mostly, some of the science desks were being closed, And then when you look at the media landscape, you'll find out, there are very few, science coverage. It becomes much more worse, when you talk about science coverage in indigenous languages. So when we started with this program, we employing, unemployed graduates, is a graduate program where we employ them, and then what we do, we place them in the community media space. Their main task there, is for them, to produce, science stories and technology. So we started with the community media, but in 2023, we launched it, in the mainstream media, where we worked, initially with the SABC, and then later on, we had partners such as Power FM, and also, News 24, based in Cape Town. These interns are placed at the climate desk in Cape Town. So they are writing stories, in terms of the climate change. So we have, key partners, some of the key partners, is MDDA, because for us it was very, important that we talk to them so that we can get, access to the community media. So we didn't just, go directly to the community media. So we worked with them. This is the same approach that we took when it comes to SANEF. We approached SANEF, I think it was during COVID, because we thought that maybe this is the opportune time for us, to approach them. Because initially, there's always this reluctance in terms of science coverage. If you speak to editors, they will tell you that science is not sexy and people are not interested in science. But because now there was this pandemic, COVID-19 at the time, they really realized, then that, science was very important, because what was happening in the media, you will find that, a general reporter will be sent, to do a science story. And then during that time now, that's where the mistake will happen, because this individual does not understand how to cover science. Because science is not like, covering, a crime, story, court reporting, it has its own nuances. So for us, when we approached them, we got into a partnership with them. So the objectives of our program is to really to develop science journalism skills of graduates through provision of workplace experience and development. And the second one is to really to enhance science reporting in community and mainstream media organizations in South Africa. So what we do, in terms of supporting them, because we know that, when they study journalism, undergraduate, there is no focus in terms of science reporting in South Africa. There are only few institutions where you study science journalism as a postgraduate, from honors to masters to PhD. But when you look at the foundation, they don't study that. So for us now, it was very important for us that, when we bring them in this program, we really try to train them first, before they go and work in the media, so that they begin to understand, how, as a journalist, you cover science stories. Because initially when they join the program, they don't know mostly anything about science journalism, because this is something new to them. So what we do, We really run, science journalism workshops. We work very closely, with SASJA, which is a freelance organization for science journalists in South Africa. For them, to get, a science reporter who's very experienced to come and facilitate, these workshops. The other one that we do, is data journalism, through our, partnership with Human Science Research Council. We also, offer them some resources, online resources, where they can also, learn, these new skills, because we understand that, the 2-day workshop is not enough. So for them, in order to hone their skills, they need to do this kind of online courses. These online courses are from the World Federation of Science Journalists. We offer to them. But also in terms of languages as well, that's why, for us, it's, we've been trying to work very closely with PANSAP. I'm happy that the CEO is here. Because, when I was hearing this morning, we all talk about things that are far from us, that we are not in control of. And I was wondering, what are the things that we are in control of that we can do? I was very happy to hear that last year, there was a discussion about the course, and now it's happening. But I think for me, those are the practical things that we can do. And then I see, some, kind of a partnership with PANSAP, because one of the challenges, that we are getting from the interns, these journalists, that, there is a challenge in terms of terminology. Because when you look at science, science has its own language itself, and then there will be English, and then there's an indigenous languages. So we need to find ways in terms of how do we develop terminologies, in our own languages, so that when these journalists, are producing stories, they are able, to use the terminologies, so that people can really understand, what they are trying to talk about. But they've been very creative, in terms of how do they go around, in terms of, these things, One of the ways that they are doing, they explain, some of these concepts in indigenous languages so that people can really understand. But I think that, maybe it's something that we can take it forward with PANSAP, The CEO is here, to have a kind of a partnership with them, because we've been thinking about, what the professor was talking about in terms of online dictionaries. Because we've been thinking that, hey, it would be wonderful to have an online dictionary that is focusing on science and technology terminologies, that is available, in the country, so that whoever wants to words or terminologies in their own languages, they can have this central kind of a portal where they access these things. But what we do in the meantime is that we do refer them, to the PANSAP website to see that, there are resources there, that they can use in terms of these indigenous languages in South Africa. But now I just want to play a really short clip in terms of some of the impact that this program has, when it comes to science, science journalism in the community media space.
In several parts of South Africa, a group of young reporters are shaping the mentalities of locals about science and its related fields. Now, they use their own local dialects to draw listeners, including children, into the positive impact science can have on society.
We report science stories in our mother tongue. I do it in isiXhosa and she does it in Ndebele and Zulu. And so it is very important for us to make sure that we reach to our listeners in the mother tongue that they understand, and it has a great impact.
And the impact that it has brought, it has eradicated the stereotype around learners and the community as a whole on how science is difficult, but now they look at it as something that is doable, something that is very relevant to their lives, and something that is they can use in their day-to-day life, which is true.
Now,
yeah, I think that's one of the positive spin-offs, out of this program, because they are really trying to debunk, this science, as you know that, it does not only end there, because even our learners at school, they think that science is very difficult. I was very impressed, or happy when when she was talking here, saying that, when she got those newspapers, from Dunisani, the learners were very happy to see them. There could be one explanation why, because now they are beginning to see themselves through this media, to say, as a Tsonga now, this is how language is very important, because now once you begin to see yourself, you can begin to dream. if the scientists in South Africa, for example, they're all white, me as a black person, I think that maybe this is not something that I can aspire to. So this is exactly the same when it comes to language. But now I just want to share, some of the impact, that we had, during COVID-19, because at the time when, there was a COVID-19, that's when the country realized the importance of languages, especially indigenous languages, because everyone now wanted to communicate, science, to the people. But for the past years, people didn't care about these, indigenous languages. So here now, because we had this program already in place, it was one of the programs that, these journalists were producing stories now, based in COVID, in their own languages. So in that way, the program, contributed in terms of accessibility to this kind of information. So I just want to share, some of the stats, that we managed to produce. Because if you look at, from April to July 2020, in terms of the stories that were produced, there are about 119, stories that were focusing on COVID-19. And then these stories, were produced in almost all the languages in South Africa, the official languages in South Africa. That's the kind of a breakdown that we have. But, I just want to warn you that, when you see this breakdown in terms of languages, sometimes it depends on how many interns are covering in that language. Because sometimes you find that maybe there might be 2 or 3 interns, covering isiXhosa and maybe 1 or 2, in Chivenda. So when you, this is one of the clips that I always like to share, because what this intern did there, was very brilliant in terms of some of the training, that we take them through, because we teach them the uncertainty, in terms of science, because science is driven by evidence. So sometimes people can, get confused. Today scientists are saying, wine is good for me. Tomorrow, wine is not good for me. They will ask why. The scientists, they don't know what they're talking about. But now they forget that, because of the new research and new evidence, because science is driven by evidence, they cannot carry on to say, wine is good for you, whereas there's a new evidence that's saying wine is bad for you. So in this clip, he really covered the uncertainty, because at the time, in July, there was an uncertainty in terms of whether we should wear masks or whether we should not wear masks, and why. So I just want to play this clip,
lunxibe izikhuseli zelaphu i-cloth masks ngolwasemzini. Oku kuza emveni kophando olupapashwe kwi-Nature Medicine Journal. Oluphando lubonisa ukuba ukunxiba i-cloth mask kuvimbela ukunwenwa kwamaqabaza amathe aqulathe intsholongwane i-COVID-19. Ukanti ingcali yezifo ezosulelanayo uNjingalwazi Salim Abdul Karim uthi ikakhulu intsholongwane i-COVID-19 inwenwa xa umuntu ethi athethe, akhohlele okanye athimle.
And it's really in the little droplets that as you speak, as you cough, as you sneeze, the virus is present in those little droplets.
Uthi ukunxiba i-cloth mask kunokukhusela ukunwenwa kwale ntsholongwane kwaye kuvimbele amaqabaza ekuzuleni emoyeni.
If you can cover the mouth so that the droplets can't get out, there is no virus.
So that was a very nice, because what he did there, it didn't stop, in terms of what the doctor was saying, but he also went, to read the Nature research publication, so that he can be able to inform his community, because this intern was based at Theta FM, here in Johannesburg. So when we look at the community media coverage over the 3-year period from 2020 to 2022, those are the kind of number of stories, that they have produced. If you look at 2021, 2022, in terms of science, there were more than 1,000 stories, that were covered. And then if you look at, even in terms of years as well, you will see there, in 2020, there were 303, 2021, 22, there were 331 COVID stories that were covered. So this is the kind of impact that this program has. If you break it down in terms of languages, over the period, those are the kind of numbers that we have. So for me, I don't really believe that, science is dying to respond to the prof. But I think what we need, especially when it comes to this program, I think there's a really opportunity for our language to develop. Because once we develop, the terminologies, in terms of science, it means that, the language will grow. But, the problem with our languages is that, they are really, kind of static in a way because, I really like what the English dictionaries are doing because every year there are new words that they are capturing to say this is the new word, that they capture in their own dictionary. But what is happening in our languages? None of those things. So it means that, our languages are not really moving, with times. So with this, science and technology kind of reporting, I feel for me, this is the kind of a project, that can really contribute, in terms of the development of our languages. If you look at the data, that, we managed to capture from April 2023 until March, 2024, you will see there, the number of kind of science stories that were produced by the community media. 438 stories, that were produced in that year. You will see, in terms of the media type, in this program, we have more radio stations compared to print. And I think, after COVID, this is really where I saw the impact, of COVID, because some of our partners who were in print, they closed down because they could not really survive. So I really have much more respect, for people like Dunisani and Saiponi here in Ndatebo because they continue despite the challenges, that they've been facing because they share some of those challenges with me. So in terms of 2024, that's the kind of a stats that we have now in terms of the community media. But I also want to go to the mainstream media now, which we launched, last year, partnership between us and SANEF. In terms of that, when I looked at the data, for a year, from last year, 2022 until last year, March, until this year, March, there were 962 stories that were produced, for SABC and News 24. But after, when you look at the number of science stories, which for me is very important, there were about 345, science stories that were produced in that year, meaning that it was almost, one story a day, throughout the year. But I think, just to, I have a few minutes now. What we have really did now, is just to introduce, themes because we want to track, in terms of the themes, which areas are these, journalists covering. We picked up that, in terms of environment and climate, this is where the most coverage is coming from, followed by health. I think now I can stop there. Thank you very much and hand over to my colleague.
Good afternoon. My name is Nonhlanhla Ntshingila. I'm an intern at NRF. I'm a science reporter, and also I'm an intern at SABC. Before moving forward, I hate being called an intern because right now I know that I can cover any kind of story, be your politics, it can be whereby they protest, courts, I can cover everything. Going forward, I report in my own language in isiNdebele, which IA is kind of like failing us by looking at the data that Prof gave us. IA is really failing us. AI, I'm sorry. Mr. Lenz, can you please work with us when it comes to the dictionary of isiNdebele maybe for science reporters so that we can be able to find those terminologies that we need, because it's really hard for us to report in our own language because there are some certain words that we really find hard to report to. People are very sensitive when it comes to their languages at home, especially your elderly people. They mind each and every word that you say on air. How I'm going to communicate with my colleague, it's not how I'm going to report. When I report, I need to be accurate. I need to report the truth. I can't use the words that I use on the streets when I report. And I have covered the tremor story. It was both in English and isiNdebele. In English, it wasn't difficult. I flowed. But when it comes to isiNdebele, it was really hard because I needed to reach out the people at home. I needed to make sure that your elderly people at home are with me. They're with me through the journey of telling this tremor story. They need to understand as to what causes tremor. And if I don't understand what causes tremor, how do I expect an elderly person at home to understand what is tremor? How do I expect an elderly person at home to know the terms that I use? The elderly person can listen to Lotus FM and not understand a word that I say. But when they tune into Ikokwezi FM or Ukozi FM, they would understand, oh, Nonhlanhla was talking about this and this and that, because I broke each and every word in my language. And so indigenous reporting, indigenous language is very important to us. And Mr. Zamo, if I may ask, how many science reporters that report in isiNdebele do you have? Those are from your program.
From the mainstream program, we struggled to get you. I think from that program, for the SABC, there's only one.
So moving forward, I would like to be that reporter that they chose. It's Mr. Zamo chose and Tembisi Lemnisi, who was amongst the people who interviewed me. They had belief in me that this one, she can speak English. It means she can reach our audience. We don't have a science reporter in isiNdebele, and I'd like to be one. I'd like to reach the souls at home. I'd like to make people understand more about science. I want people to know what science is in my own language, not in English. We have many reporters who report in English, but we don't have isiNdebele reporters. It's time that many youth, they consider reporting in their own language, specifically in isiNdebele. I would like to close there.
All right, thank you. It's fine. Gotta give it time. Thank you for that. The team from SASTA and the work that's being done in that area. As you can see, specialization in journalism is a big thing. And we know with shrinking capacity in the newsrooms, it's even worse. So when you have interventions like these that seek to at least focus on one area, being science in this case, it does help, and it helps a lot. And so we commend SASTA for the work that they are doing and their support by the National Research Fund. Prof, I want to come to you in the context of what has been said, but back to your presentation. Nhlanhla says AI is failing us. You said data is the problem. So clearly the problem lies with the custodians of the languages being the speakers. So it is not necessarily a case of AI failing. If there is no data for the work that you need to do to develop AI tools that are going to assist in digital languages, without that data, it becomes a problem. So I want to get to the Masakane project where you were saying you're doing work around translations and stuff around with AI, which actually would be of great help if that was to be available in the newsrooms, because it does reduce the amount of work that needs to be done. If it means that there still has to be verification when the initial translation by the tools has been done. What has been your experience where we talk about translation, we talk about transcriptions, and we talk about subtitling? And I want to raise this in the context of what Dr. Majola said about the dialectal complexities. So where you have dialects, how do you deal with those using AI tools?
Yeah, I know we're running out of time, but Yeah, so as like I think the message on the side of the data is that there's data, there's compute, there's focus. I think the challenge that she highlighted is that focus also. That people don't focus on a language because they might be like, it's harder to find people, it's harder. It's a mixture of things. That's why I said it's not a technical issue. We try to think about everything as a technical issue. This is a way of thinking of how then do we get to these parts on that. I'll come to Masakane, but I really like the work that SASTA has been doing in these spaces with the NRF and everything. But a question that comes to me immediately is all these articles that have been created, all the snippets of audio, all the snippets of video, have they been archived correctly by the NRF in an open way? And unfortunately, I will say, likely not. I can't go today, right now, after we finish here, and I say, can you show me all of those articles?
No, they're not available in the open system.
So that is the thing.
But we can work together.
No, but I see. So for me, I get always these answers. Oh, we will work. It's yes, it will never happen. Because we don't have it as part of the way that we do things. We have terminology lists. They are shared as PDFs or books. Not 2024, that makes no sense. There's TBX exchange format. This is an official ISO compliant format to say you can go to a website, download the file. If you want to make edits, there's little programs that you can use. It's open, people can use it. The EU Parliament uses it to share all of their terminology databases or glossaries because people have to sit there and write, this is what's the sitting today at the EU Parliament, this is what the conversation was about. They go there and they use it. But we will have, you must get it as PDF. Right? Or you must get it as a print because we don't make available those things. That shows the part that on the part of development of the things, what she needs is just to say, no, I can go to a place, I have it, I use. But at the moment, there's so many barriers. For me, I have to say this. The funding of the National Lexicographic Unit has failed. Saying that it will be funded by the sale of physical dictionaries doesn't make sense again in 2024. It won't make sense in 2034. It won't make sense in 2044. It didn't make sense in 2014. That's why you don't have digital dictionaries. You've paid for it. You've already paid for it with your taxes. Lots of the universities have been required to create glossaries, terminology lists, over and over and over and over again. Do you have access to them in this interval? But I'm trying to, I'm really trying to get you to understand here that coming and saying, oh, we will find. I've been hearing the story for 4 years, 5 years. It will come. It never comes. So we must look deeply into us and say, why? You have Welsh. Welsh as a language. Wales gets its independence from England. They decide and say, we are going to develop this language. You must do it up to your first degree. You should be able to do it in Welsh. You can go right now. This is not a long time ago. You can go check when that happened. And then you say, Welsh, free bilingual dictionary. You'll have it. Right? Online. You will get it. You'll be able to use it. It's done. And that's the thing. We can talk around this as much as possible. You do. We're releasing an open terminology and glossary list. I'll ask the organizers to start sharing. It's called Mabito. We've worked with the university. We got the OERTB, it's the Open Educational Resource Term Bank. Stats SA was very nice. They sent us their statistics, lexicography. We are now processing DSAC. DSAC had terminology lists, 16 of them. These are covering many, many of the areas that people have to discuss. As he was saying at SASTA, we are working to make them available in a digital format that is easy. You just get it. Just get it and use. Right? Because that is the big part here. If you are making that part friction of people being able to use the language, you die.
Okay. Thank you, Prof, on that note. And as you can see, Program Director, you have people who are passionate about what they are talking about here. We can actually have a whole day discussion just on this issue. And I want to thank you, Prof. I want to thank SASTA, and I want to thank you, Slee, for the contribution that you have made. And I do think that the audience has been enlightened, even though we haven't been able to ask the questions, and then I would have loved to open it to that. But as you can tell, we've had the presentations, but then we had to have a discussion in between. And on that note, thank you very much. All right. Okay.
Thank you very much. That was a very, very in-depth discussion, and really appreciating the insights of the panelists. Please do catch some of them maybe after the session to chat a little bit further. And yeah, thank you, Patiswa, for doing a sterling job facilitating what was quite a rich discussion. Our last panel for today is about solutions. It's been mentioned that the conversations have made some people feel depressed, so hopefully this one will bring hope and come up with tangible ways. Our facilitator is Diane Hawker, and she will be facilitating a panel that explores the issue of the fact that there is a way, there are answers, and there are tricks for Indigenous language media to attract digital advertising and thrive. The panelists joining her are Chris Mcinga, who is the director of Mediate Media, as well as Dr. Matata Tsedu, who is a veteran within the South African journalism landscape. So can we please welcome them with a round of applause?
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for staying with us. Before we begin, I want everybody to just get up from their seat where you're standing. Just shake your body. Just wake yourself up a bit. Everyone, please. Just wake yourself up a bit. It's been a long day. Let's just get our bodies moving a bit so we can make it through this last stretch. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for staying with us. I'm Diane Hawker. I am joined by these esteemed gentlemen this afternoon. I'm not going to go into too much detail about their background because they are going to be doing their own presentations. But I will just give a little bit of background to the project that Chris Mcinga has worked on. He worked on it in collaboration with SANEF, which I am a member of that organization. I think quite an interesting project, which I would encourage everyone to look at it a little bit more detail. As part of the project, he was tasked with a very difficult task of helping 15 different community media organizations to set up and improve their websites. Most of them didn't have any kind of real digital footprint, and they were operating in sort of traditional formats, whether they be radio stations or print publications. And he was tasked with helping them to create online footprints and actually publish their articles online. Now, this is, I think, quite an important part of the solutions that we've been talking about here, getting that the different languages, Indigenous languages, into the spaces where the readers are, because really the audiences are online. All of us probably wake up at some point in the day early and you start here, you know, or you're on your laptop throughout the day, and if the news that you'd like to see is not available on those platforms, it becomes difficult for people to begin to engage with their languages. So he's going to take us through that project and also talk about some of the successes. One of the things that I did note, which I found really quite interesting, was that some of the key numbers that he was able to get for some of the websites. So he set up 13 websites from the ground up. 2 existing websites were upgraded, trained 32 publishers. There were 45 people who were trained physically in the project. And one of the successful publications, Itamagu, was actually able to launch in April, and within a month, able to receive 10,000 impressions on their coverage of the taxi war that was ongoing in Umtata. So the audience is interested if it's there. It's kind of like that movie, if you build it, they will come. Let's hear how he built it.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, everyone. Good day, colleagues. Look, I think I've also been sitting for quite a while, so I'll be standing up. I'm very animated as well. So last year I set right there at the back for the first time attending an event like this. And I left very motivated seeing, and I looked at language differently as well, because I speak isiXhosa and I speak isiNgesi as well. And ek praat 'n bietjie Afrikaans, maar my Afrikaans is eintlik nie baie suiwer nie. Dis kombuis Afrikaans. Maar ek praat Afrikaans. En ek is van Pretoria, but I'm actually originally from Graafrenet, so I'm very far from home. I would have asked someone on his course to come as Otoliga Apakake. English is not allowing us. And I'm sorry, I do acknowledge you, and I move around a lot, so I'll try to find a safe zone here. All right, thank you. My name is Christopher Mcinga. I am from Mediate Media. I was called a director, but I'm really called a fire starter. So we don't really believe in titles in our company. We really believe in just getting the job done and just fitting in where the work needs to get going. So let's talk about this SANEF digitization drive for community media. It's an exciting one, and I think you'll be excited as well to see the progress that we've achieved with this. And yes, I've heard a lot of doom and gloom. I've heard a lot of things that have been spoken about. I'm not about that. I'm really about showing the light at the end of the tunnel. And this, especially this project, is exciting. So I'll keep it in 10 minutes. And I speak very fast as well, so please do keep up, because you're going to be stuck in traffic for a while just now. So let's start. SANEF launched a solution to this problem of traditional media in South Africa not moving with the times, because the audience is migrating to digital devices. It's not to say that there's no space for print media. There is space for print media because it's tangible, it's readable, it can be used as research, papers in schools, it's newspapers as an example. So this digitization drive really was not just about building a website for publishers or radio broadcasters or community television. It's really about deep diving into their businesses and giving them the necessary strategies, the workflows, because it's all about sustainability. And training is part and parcel of that as well, in terms of skills transfer. So we focused on that as a brief, and we said, how are we going to do this? Look, I've been doing it for the Caxton Group. I've digitized the Caxton Group since 2010 until my tenure was about 11 years, and we managed to do this for about 75, 76 publications across the country. So we know what we're doing when we do these things, and we thought to ourselves, this should be a walk in the park. But then we didn't realize the fact that these are independently owned community newspapers, community radio, and community televisions. And like the bread and butter is depending on them. It's not depending on shareholders and the Caxton Group, for example, being on the stock exchange. You see, so we said to ourselves, we need to implement something that's not going to be disruptive to their operation, because that is their bread and butter. And we also needed to apply some change management within them, because some of them are two-man shows, some of them have got 4 people, some of them have got volunteers who churn out every single year. Therefore, how are we going to do this? So our approach was very easy to figure out. We said, let's start small with a pilot. All right, I can see one of the pilot partners, Mr. Monwabisi from Ikwezi, is also here today. So we took a group and we said, let's test these things out and just make sure that we find what the problems are, we find solutions for those problems, so that when we scale onto the second phase, then we know we don't replicate the same problem. Sounds very simple. Then we didn't stop there. We said, no, let's also look at how we can make things sustainable. Because at the end of the day, you can't have a project that starts and ends, and then things just fall off. So we decided to establish something called Community Media Support Services. But the Community Media Support Services is not just for the partners or the cohort that we had to take on board. It was also to open up for all the other applicants that were not able to benefit from this initiative. So we said we're going to open it up for everyone. So I'll dive into a little bit more about the Community Media Support Services at a later stage. So let's move on here. So we had about 68 applicants, 68, 65, somewhere there, because some of them were duplicates. And we had to then vet them out, check them out if they're still existing. And some of them did not really fit within the criteria. Therefore, we needed to shortlist up to about 38. I won't go through all the nitty-gritties. We had to go through vigorous interviews as well, which had their own challenges: load shedding, internet connectivity. We had to do virtual interviews and then people can't use Zoom, and then we have to try and use WhatsApp, voice call for interviews, recording all those things, and actually finding out more information, extracting information from them, not just for the purposes of selecting the cohort, but also for the purposes of when this project is replicated to another level, how are we going to do it better? So let's move on. These are the partners, 15 partners. As you can see, there's diversity here, and this is one of the things that we had to be mindful of. We needed to be mindful of the fact that we need to have a diversity in languages, a diversity in gender, and also a good spread of variety for the different provinces so that we can identify the small little key things. All right? I'll be quick. Small little things that will help us actually scale this. If we have a cohort of, let's say, for example, 50, then we don't have to replicate things from the ground up. All right, so this is a workshop. We bring all of the publishers in, broadcasters, radio station broadcast. Let me just go back. We also have got radio stations there, RFM. We have North Coast Radio as well as part of this cohort. We've also got an Eastern Cape Women's Magazine. So we decided to kind of, shake things up instead of just saying newspapers. What about a different format? What about a different kind of media? And some of them are writing in isiXhosa, some of them in isiZulu, and I see my colleague there as well from Sipone. He's in, it's Sepedi, yes. It is Sepedi, his publication is Sepedi. So we go through workshop, and then we also do site visits on site. And the on-site visit was very important here because we needed to see what opportunities are actually around that community. What are the challenges from a commercial point of view? We needed to actually engage with stakeholders if they set up those meetings, to go with them to an advertiser. For example, we have Ulangelihle in Newcastle. He took us to one of the Nyati foundations. We did a pitch. We said, this newspaper is struggling. It needs people. It needs, kind of revival, if I can call it that. And we're launching an online platform for him in isiZulu. So please engage more with the publisher on this. So let me go quickly. Digital platforms, the considerations we had to make here were mobile first, because for obvious reasons, we wake up with a mobile device on our hands. We also needed to make sure that social media friendly, meaning shareable content, especially using sort of Facebook or WhatsApp as an example. It needed to be easily to share the content on the websites. The last one is responsive and light, meaning that the websites themselves had to be visible on a desktop, on a tablet, and on a cell phone as well. All right, so the scalability of this project was also very important because we did not think of, we did not want to build and start building from scratch. So we had to kind of find a way that is scalable, meaning that each of the sites, yes, are in different languages and they look totally different, but they're built on a network, meaning that we are able actually to scale. So if any publisher is here that do not have websites, you can come to us and then we will be able to clone a website and then you load your own content, especially back content as well. If it's in indigenous languages, it's great because you're feeding this beast with back copy, meaning that it will be available for the future. So it's all about moving with the times and thinking smart and doing things cleverly. We build once and we scale, all right? And you can see some advertising here as well and opportunities. I think we might touch on that in the Q&As. So this is Community Media Support Services. We launched, remember we had a cohort of 15. We're now sitting on 35 partners, which is great because it's growing. And the popularity of our pop-in training sessions every second Monday at 10 o'clock, you can join in and have 1 hour of a specific topic that is being presented by a professional, which is great because at the end of the day, this is continuous learning. If you have a new intern, you bring them in and they will learn something new. So this is about sustainability. It's not just about a project. So this is the platform we've developed as well. And we decided not to do manuals and hand out manuals to people because they end up in the bottom drawer. So you can go onto this platform and you can ask, how do I load an article? And then it will give you your results. There's also resources here that are available and also some other initiatives like the newsroom pocket reporter resources by SANEF as well is also loaded here so they can get access to downloadable information. Now, I'm going to use this opportunity to also launch something. I'm a salesperson, right? We're launching something called ePress. Now, ePress is a central directory for all the publications, and we know that it's going to grow. And if you have a publication, you want to also load it on ePress as a directory. This aims at keeping all publications information in a central repository so the likes of GCIS do not have to call around all the different newspapers. They can actually gain all the access of the newspapers, the radio stations, all on this one platform. And the nice thing about it, you can update your rate cards, and also you've got your profile, your LSM, Living Standard Measurement, all of that information that's juicy, that's going to help the media buyers to be able to make an informed decision about placing adverts. So ePress, I have launched it, and it's still in beta stage, but I think it's all about sustainability. So thank you so much. I know that took a lot. I hope 10 minutes I've kept it. And my name is Christopher Mtenga. My email address is there. And I believe there's hope for community media, especially those written in indigenous languages. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Chris. I would encourage everybody to have a look at the websites. I had a look this morning at 2 of the sites, up to date. Videos also embedded on the main page. One of the KZN-based publications actually had a video from, I think it was an SABC video from the Zuma Ramaphosa private prosecution. So very topical story. But then the articles were all in isiZulu or whichever indigenous language the publication is writing in. Now I'd like to also bring in Mr., not Dr., Matata Tsedu into the conversation. He's a very well-known media, I would say, personality in a way, but also someone who spent many years in different newsrooms. The Sunday Times, City Press, has always also headed the Media 24 Journalism Academy, and would like to just give some insights from the perspective of someone who's had to lead a newsroom through, I think, some tumultuous times where, you know, we were moving much more into that area of having to digitize, and what were some of the lessons and experiences that you had?
No, thank you. Am I audible? Oh, okay. Masiare. Ureni. Karal subezione para evede ba yoamba. Thanks for correcting this doctor story. I know it comes from Hopewell. I was given an honorary doctorate by the University of Western Cape. But as many of the academics who are here know, you don't go around calling yourself doctor if you are carrying that one. The people who can call themselves doctors are the ones who were up at 2 a.m. with a wet towel over their neck. Yeah. So me, I'm just Matata, and that's fine. It is not going to change. I was actually asked to speak about encouraging and empowering young entrepreneurs and all of that. So in the preparation, I just thought that the first thing maybe to look at when we're talking about African languages, let's look at Tanzania. Tanzania has one official language, and that language is Kiswahili. It's not Kiswahili and English. It's Kiswahili only. And when you arrive in Tanzania, like me, you're looking for your English language newspaper, you have to walk through Dar es Salaam for a long time before you find an English language newspaper, because 99% of all their publications are in Kiswahili. So it's not like it can't be done. Mwalimu Kambarage Nyerere did it in Tanzania, fostered respect for African things, including the language and the culture. And today, Tanzania is one of those countries where you don't expect to find people fighting about whether they are Shangan and what are you doing in my space when you are a vendor. You can't find that in Tanzania, because the creation of that one language that molded everybody together produced a nation that is one in both language, culture, and commitment to the country itself. So it can be done. Now, here at home, we have many official languages on paper, but in reality, we have two official languages, English and Afrikaans. It doesn't matter whether you speak Zulu and you think, no, but Tina, we are the biggest group. It doesn't matter. You go to court in Kupikupi in KwaZulu Natal, the magistrate or judge is African, he understands Zulu, the prosecutor understands Zulu, the defense attorney understands Zulu, the accused understands Zulu. Zulu will not be spoken. It will be spoken as an interpretation. That's us and the 11 official or 12 official languages. When you look at what we're trying to do here today, which is looking at how publications, whether it's publication in a radio or a TV or online, that are coming out in African languages can actually survive, because that is what we're talking about here today. So when you look at that way, the first thing that you have to realize is that the breakdown in black education in particular means that this is an uphill bigger than Himalaya. It is big in terms of what needs to be done in order for us to succeed. Primarily because all of us who are here, who are parents, don't have their kids at a school that teaches in African languages. In fact, we make sure that we take them out of there and take them to schools where white people are in the main in charge. We do that because we don't want our kids in schools that have teachers who belong to SATU, because SATU goes on strike. They go to meetings during school hours. So who is the market that is going to consume this stuff that we are talking about here? Because these kids, as Ndate was saying here, they can no longer speak Tshivenda. When my grandchildren come to visit, we struggle because they are talking to me in English. Okay, I can understand, but it's still me. I want to speak to them in Tshivenda, but we can't understand each other. So we've reached a stage where our kids go to school, but they can't read with meaning, which means they can't read. This with meaning is really an amelioration to make us feel like, no, but they can read. If you can't understand what you're reading, you are not reading. And at the rate at which we are going, we're going to reach very soon a stage where people can't listen with meaning. They'll sit there and hear things but not hear anything. So this is the dilemma that confronts us when we are trying to do this thing, because it's about economics. As Mike Siluma was saying, people don't put their money into your publication because you look nice or because politically it is good to do so. No, they do it because they want a return. So you must be able to show that your audience has the money to buy the stuff that they are advertising. There was a time when I was working at the Sowetan, and we were selling close to 300,000 copies a day. It was under Agri-Cluster. And Agri met the head of BMW South Africa. BMW never put ads in the Sowetan. So Agri says to this guy, I live in Soweto. Soweto is full of BMWs, and those people read my paper. Why don't you advertise in my paper? And the guy says, looks Agri in the face and says, your readers don't buy my cars, they steal them. But in reality, what he was saying was, your LSMs are too low for my ad. So if we are going to create these platforms that will thrive, they must have the correct LSMs. And in this gloomy, GNU'd economic circumstance, where are these people going to come from? These youngsters who must grow up and be the market that we need. So what do we need to do in the face of all these odds? I think firstly is to just understand that as a people, if we are to survive, our languages and cultures and them to survive, we must fight for them. It might sound contradictory, but it's the only way forward. It means these 1,000 taxis that leave Soweto every morning with overloaded kids who are going into fly-by-night schools at the corner of Jeppe and Bree, you know, have to stop. The schools in Soweto must produce kids who are able to stand on their own and be properly educated Africans. That means making Pansalb a big ally in this whole thing. And it also means we must understand that the fight is really political and economic, but in the main political. How many people in parliament speak in their own language? How many? If you speak Xitsonga and you are going to make an input in parliament and you want to do it in Xitsonga, you must give notice beforehand so that an interpreter is available at that time when you speak. You don't just get angry and stand up and start yapping in Xitsonga. No. Yeah, if you get angry and you start yapping, you must yap in English. And you know that when you are angry and you are not English, you don't yap in English. You revert to who you are. So I'm saying it's political because it means those guys from there, they must start living up to their own being. It's the same thing as this whole NHI debate. Until those guys go to Bara, NHI will never work. It won't. So even the language issue, until it is taken as serious in there in Cape Town, we're playing. As I was sitting there, I tried to translate. I went into one of the translation apps and tried to translate I typed in Chivenda and said one Chivenda and two Xitsonga. I can't find Chivenda in that app, can't find Xitsonga, so I say, okay, let's translate from Setswana to isiZulu, and I say Dumela, and it says Sawubona. So you can at least now do from one language, one African language to another. Because in my view, that is the way forward. Because it doesn't matter that Siponi is publishing in Polokwane. If I am in Mthatha and I'm interested in the stories that Siponi produced there and I speak Xhosa, I should be able to cross-translate into Xhosa and understand the news that have been published in Siponi. That means Dr. Maribate and his team need to really work very hard to make sure that that happens for all our languages. If we don't do that, I think we can just stop these meetings, like Mike was saying. If he's coming here and he finds us still in this mode that we are in now, he's not coming. So I think we need to make sure that Mike comes next year. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. I'm so glad the gentlemen are sticking to the times we discussed. So I want to just bring Chris in a number of issues raised here by, not Dr. Matata, about the audience. And I know that some of the work that you did looked at exactly that in building audiences for these different community publications, whether it be on the actual website or on social media. Talk to us a little bit about that.
All right, thank you so much. It's a very good question, that one, because, if there's no audience, it often means that it will be difficult for you to monetize. And I'm always mindful when I'm talking, because I always talk as a salesperson as well, because even if you build the audience, if you can't monetize, then you're really not making an impact, because it's not going to be sustainable. So part and parcel of what we do as well, for publications that do not have Facebook accounts or Twitter accounts, we establish that, provided that that's where the audience is. So it's not really to say if there's a better social media platform that launches that you need to just go there. You need to look at where are the people. So we analyze that kind of data. And then we assist them as well to say, you are no longer publishing monthly if you're a newspaper. You're publishing daily. You're publishing as news breaks. And news does not necessarily mean you just need to sit on an article for the whole day and then publish at night. It needs to develop. That's how people are. We are in an attention economy. And in order for you to build an audience, you need to know where the audience is, but also what are their patterns. When you're uploading on social media, as an example, don't forget WhatsApp. People wake up, look at statuses, use statuses as well as part of your audience building, as an example. So those are the kind of things that we look at. I know they sound very technical, not technical, but they sound as if we know them already. But we need to be mindful of knowing what they're saying, having feedback as well, uploading questions. Where can we improve? Feedback is also good. So yes, we help them build audiences on social media. And unfortunately, I need to bring this one in as well. Google, as an example, we were also part of and parcel of the people that submitted at the competition inquiry. Google does not index or recognize indigenous languages, and that has a direct impact on the monetization. So from that point of view, the exclusion of, not really exclusion, I think it's capacity as well, because we've got so many languages. So I understand from their side. However, we need to continue fighting the good fight, because this is not just a thing about the public good. It's also about commercial opportunities. If we can't have AdSense, not that it's a lot of money, but if we can't have AdSense being placed on the news websites, we're not going to be making money, because at the end of the day, like begets like. So if there's a BMW ad being served by an ad server on a website, most likely the local dealership will also want to place an ad on your website. So yeah, audience generation and monetization is always at the center of our conversations.
But I did see on one of the websites that there were some ads, and I think it was for local products or local businesses. Did you encourage or rather tell us about how you encouraged these publications to kind of target more locally? And then I'll bring in Matata after that.
Fantastic question. So be mindful of the fact that the publications and the radio stations already had advertisers in their traditional media. So kind of migrating them to online as well was not a matter of you're getting it for free. We tried to encourage them to say, look, tell them we are holding hands with you on this digital journey. We are going where the audience is. Therefore, you need to also understand that advertising online is also just as important as your support when you are advertising in our traditional media. So that's number one. Number two, last year when I was sitting over there, there was a gentleman, Andrew Dabbs, who spoke about mother tongue media. So we are also plugging in mother tongue media for these publications because he helps them translate agency adverts that are written in English, but then they get translated by the publisher or by his people into an indigenous language, which is also progressive. It's all about solutions. We're testing things out. So those are one of the initiatives that we encourage them. The last one as well is most of the publications and broadcasters did not have digital rate cards. So how do you start a digital rate card if there's no audience? So we work on a tenancy model instead of a CPM, which is cost per thousand, because there's audience is not there. You're not having thousands of people on your website. So we work on a rental basis. So you're renting a space for a duration of time. That's how you used to do it in the print edition. So now we are helping the advertisers also understand how to move with the times. So there's a lot of work that is underlying, aside from just building a website. It's really about strategies and moving with the times.
Matata, you mentioned quite importantly that economics is really part of the problem. And if we were to take the path that Tanzania has taken and be very deliberate, how do we get the other side, the money men, to be on board?
Money follows money. So the guy who's doing the ad, if he's sure that your 1,000 viewers are actually people who have money, he's going to chase you. You won't even have to chase him. They'll come to you. When I was at the Sunday Times, we were selling 504,000 copies every Sunday. 504,000. 500,000 of copies that were printed every Sunday. The full page ad was 750,000 rands. On the right-hand side, you understand all of that language, right? The left-hand side is cheap. The right-hand side is more expensive because when you open the page, your eyes don't start here, they start there. So all of that. Now, how much is the Sunday Times selling today? Just over 100. But what sort of people are still there at the Sunday Times buying it every day or online? If the advertiser is convinced that the people that they want, who have the money, are still there, they will pay whatever the Sunday Times say they want. So that's really the key. Your people have to be monetizable. Yeah, it doesn't help to just have 1 million people who are poor. I'm selling a fridge, they look at it and they admire it, they wish they could buy it, but they can't. So, no, what am I doing there? No. So it's you have to have the right people who are your readers or your listeners, your viewers, and your visitors to your site. They must be moneyed themselves. Then money will come. Poor people don't sell.
I think Chris has something to add about that.
Oh, brilliant. Return on investment. Oh, look, the thing is, the days of spray and pray are gone. The cheese also has moved. So we need to look at different ways of monetizing these people. When your audience, your readers. So looking outside of just a traditional way of looking at media, like we need to sell advertising. You know, we need to look further than that. We need to look at, are there opportunities for philanthropy? Are there opportunities for the community themselves to start donating towards a newspaper because they feel it's their own? We need to start looking at other business models that are outside of just replicating what we used to do in the newspaper. So yes, spray and pray is gone. Now we need to target what is working and move towards it. Last year, I sat at the back there, and then I said, one day, I want to stand on this stage. And I believe I've achieved that. That is now something that is progressive. So I think at the end of the day, engaging in conversations like this, yes, it can be a little bit cumbersome, it can be a little bit repetitive, but I think if we all then take some nuggets out of it, something that's actionable, and then try it out, test and fail forward, which is one of the key parts of our business as Mediate Media. We want to fail forward. As long as we're moving forward, if we fail, we learn from it. So let's try other different business models when it comes to monetizing your products.
I'm seeing Sisanda standing, looking me, giving us the eye. So I think it's time for us to wrap up. But thank you very much, gentlemen, for your insights. I'm hoping that we've left the day with a little bit more hope, a little bit of encouragement on things that are happening and ways that we can improve. And of course, if we can find those audiences, as you say, and connect them with the money men, maybe we can find ways to start building these platforms that are focused on indigenous languages.
Thank you very much to our final panel for the afternoon. Can we please give them a round of applause? And really, it is a rands and cents matter. And I think we started touching on some solutions, but that would be something that warrants a follow-up seminar to go into some innovations that indigenous language publications across the continent are engaged in that has helped them free themselves from advertising, because indeed, because of our colonial past, because of apartheid, the economics are not in our favor. But we cannot let that just be, you know, that because people cannot afford to buy BMWs, BMW as the advertiser then determines whether there is indigenous language media or not. So yes, I think there definitely needs to be a further discussion on that. We've come to the end of today. Could I please ask that you put up my mentee again? And I'm going to call up Hopewell, who's going to round off the session and really just chart some of the solutions that colleagues have brought forth in the engagements, but also open up to the floor so that we can speak directly to those solutions. But from the mentee, in terms of the priorities that you have highlighted, the main ones seem to be protection around indigenous languages, promotion and funding. And if you count all the other kind of words around those seem to be the themes. So that can definitely assist us in charting a way forward. I want to make just a few announcements because I'm not going to come back after I call up Hopewell. The first being, if you need a parking ticket validated, Tsutsi, who is seated over there, you can please raise your hands, Tsutsi. She's got parking tickets for you, so make sure that you get one. There's also tea and coffee afterwards, which will allow us an opportunity to network and talk a bit more. And I want to just extend a huge thank you to the partners that have made today possible. PANSAB, the NRF, the UN. Thank you so much for partnering with SANEF to make today a reality. We also want to thank all of the speakers, all of the panelists and the facilitators. We particularly acknowledge the students who were in the audience. Really, you are going to carry the baton forward, so thank you for engaging and asking probing questions. And then a specific and special thank you to the SANEF team that has worked tirelessly since last year's seminar to make today a reality, to Dudzi, to Dunisani, Hopewell, Reggie, and Patiswa. Thank you for all the efforts in bringing us together. And we are really hopeful that today will result in tangible solutions for the sector going forward. So can we please give everybody a round of applause, please? And with that, we can welcome Hopewell to just give us solutions and ways forward.
Thank you, Program Director. Colleagues, how are you doing? Can you still survive another 5 minutes? Okay, nobody will be falling apart. Okay, I love you. All right, thank you so much. I hope somebody can help me with a roving mic. Mine is very simple. We just want to find out or get a sense from all participants today. Just 3 main things that you think we should take forward to the next seminar next year. If we could get that. We've been taking notes, we're going to be going through them. There were resolutions that were proposed, there were kind of requests made, but we just want to make sure that if you didn't get a chance, you might just say, guys, for me to come back next year here, I would like to see this topic being addressed. Let's start with that one. Yeah. We have only 5 minutes. If we don't do it now, we're not going to be doing it.
Thanks. I actually don't want us to come back here. I want us to go to a place where the people who we are talking about, the people who speak the different languages are actually located. Sandton is nice. I mean, the food here is fantastic, but why are we here? You know, like we should be somewhere where the people who this conversation impacts most directly will be able to actually engage with us from the user perspective, because we are not necessarily the users in the conversation, the only users. There are other users as well, the audience from the media perspective, from Pansal's perspective, the people that they are trying to preserve the language for, and they are missing in this conversation.
I just want to hear when is SANEF going to see President Ramaphosa, you know, about supporting community newspapers. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, I'm from the Khoi and San communities. I work for PAN, South African Language Board. So yeah, I would also love the inclusion for Khoi and San languages in all media platforms. I know obviously we are talking about indigenous languages, which is good. We are preserving them, we are promoting them, and we're also protecting them. But the Khoi and San communities in South Africa have lost out on the use of their languages because they were imposed to speak Afrikaans, obviously. So now I'm appointed by PAN South African Language Board as the fluent speaker to assist and promote the Khoi and San languages within South Africa nationally. So I would definitely also need hands, because PANSALB is trying, but we would also need other partners like education, Department of Arts and Culture, SABC, all those stakeholders can also come on board so that we can assist, because to be honest, they want to speak, mostly the people want to speak their language that they have lost out, and they're not privileged like I am. So we have to assist them also to make use of their language, because you can only promote a language that is being used. And what's the best way to use a language is to promote it through different platforms. I always tell people when they're asking me, what language do you speak? The first thing I tell them is, have you watched the movie called The Gods Must Be Crazy? The moment I tell them that, they say, oh, that language, that. I said, yes. So they must have watched that movie to recognize and know about that language. So how can Khoi and San languages also be brought to the platform like other languages? It's through media. And that's the lack that we have. And luckily, PANSALB has done great, that I'm on board, and we are working towards that goal. But I would also want more partners in that.
I think next year, try and get the agencies to come here so that they can redefine the SEMs or the LSMs in a way that BMW can advertise in the community newspapers and not see BMW as a car that gets stolen in the townships, the way it was put earlier on. So I think that will help, but more importantly, we need to get the GCIS to come and explain where the numbers are. Someone explained earlier today that the numbers are with Highveld, whereas we've got indigenous language radio stations that have more numbers than radio, your Highveld kind of studio. So we need Highveld, rather GCIS and the agencies which need to be transformed themselves to also come here.
My name is Tabiso Mtetwa. I'd like to greet you all. I am from the University of TT, Tshwane University of Technology. I'm studying communication, majoring in public relations. I can say that in this event I have learned a lot about the importance of indigenous languages. And as a youth, I think this program should not just end here or happen once a year. Maybe there should be more outreach in the institutions, get trying to get the youth involved in this program, because we need to understand the importance of languages. Because, for example, I am Zulu. I'm from KZN. I didn't know where I lived in a society where there's only one language. And I recently came to Gauteng, whereby I learned about multicultural languages. So, and now, since I've learned about this program, I think now I understand the importance of self-identity and representation of media in language context. I wish for this program to continue, not only once a year, but so like for example, the Northwest University programs, to also come to the TUT to inform us, get the youth involved in this program. That is my point. Thank you.
So I want to thank you so much for being here and for the guidance that you've given us in terms of us planning for next year, the pointers that you showed us. And indeed, ladies and gentlemen, we want to appreciate your presence here, particularly the students. We appreciate your input, all of you. And we hope that by next year, some of you probably are doing third year, so you might be even considering your honors, looking at some of the concepts that have been discussed here and taking us forward. Probably the solution will rest with you, because you'll be starting your own businesses in the near future, and you will venture to try them and looking at and testing the market of our indigenous languages. Thank you so much for all of you.